Awesome. And then Carly, you said you're at work. How much longer do you have in your shift? Cool. Thank you for the audio checks. And just so y'all know, too, I really appreciate y'all being in chat because that gives me a little bit more than a void to talk to. But I want this channel to be super lurker friendly. I don't want you to ever feel pressured to talk in chat. And if you just want to sit here and vibe, by all means. If you are normally a lurker, like Tav, I don't know if you're here, and you want to pop into chat, or once I have channel point redeems, you want to redeem those, go for it. But you don't have to feel any pressure to remain in chat afterwards. Hi, Tav. Thank you for popping in. Carly, I'm glad you only have an hour left. Hopefully it's not too rough of an hour. All right, so I'm going to get started. Today, I want to go through and try to build the second edition of my rooftop patio. Let me, real quick, credit the individual who I use all of his tutorial videos to do stuff in Palia. Code Red Alert is great. His videos are very easy to understand. And what I'm about to show you in my main plot, which we're at currently, was his first edition of his attic build. So as we come up here, we'll see kind of I wouldn't call it shoddy, but just very basic ramp style lift into this attic. And he really just goes over how to do the base flooring in his video. And then from there, I believe this banister style I stole from Paul, aka Just Your Average Gamer. And then from there, I put up some walls because I didn't like the full lofted ceiling effect, and decorated it. This worked really great, except there were some pieces that stuck out through the roof and through the front of the house. So that lighting up there was part of the sticky outies. And I covered it with homestead lamps because I love how they look and it felt like it fit the vibe pretty well. He, in his third edition roof video, Carly, definitely check out his videos and maybe cut down on the flower watering and replanting so that you have item limit left over, because it does take a lot. I think his base build takes somewhere around 100 builder's block type items and industrial shelves, like total, not each. But once you start adding decorations, and if you do the rooftop build, it climbs really quick. Yeah, you end up in a rabbit hole and it's hard to get out. I have not yet succeeded. In his third edition roof or attic video, which I referenced for the edition we're going to be working with today, he uses those sticky outies to put flowers up there. And it looks great, but I did it first. Honestly, Carly, I don't think you're a baby Palia player. I think I'm just slightly insane. And I think Vince was the one who sent us Code Red Alert first. And then I corrupted Paul. So hopefully I don't ruin your life with this, but if I do, I apologize. So now, oh, actually, before I do that, let me show you the first edition patio. One of the things, which I probably won't even get to for like 4 more streams, is building a staircase up to it. This system that I have now technically works. and it's enclosed, so you can't go flying off of it. However, it is kind of nauseating. So if it's gross to watch, it's gross to do. And sometimes the spacing is just a little too high. So this setup, I can kind of show you. This little corner here was one of the sticky outies. And then this little corner was one of the sticky outies. And then that ridge that I have covered with sideways banisters was the main bit. And it's reflected on both sides. And realistically, no one's going to look that closely at your roof. Okay, I take back what I said, Carly. You might be a baby Palia player, but that's okay. And I will probably, a little ways into this, either start getting frustrated or just need a break so that I can see straight again. So I was going to work on my weeklies, and if you want to party up along with anyone else who might want to, we can definitely work on getting you resources so that you can build your first harvest home. How's that? But yeah, so another wall you can see through there that I didn't want to keep. And realistically, no one's going to pay that much attention to your roof if you have a little bit sticking out. But it bothered me. So I worked on building this, which I'll let you see it from not the chop-a-butt side. I made it a little like tiki bar type of thing because I'd seen someone, I think Laundriana, glitch the choppa behind the bar here. Oh yeah, Z, if you want grinding and weeklies, you need to play this. Because I can show you. Once you hit, is it level 10, I think, in a skill, they give you things that you have to do each week to get the guild currency. There's not really a ton of min-maxing yet, but it's enough that I could see you having fun with it for at least a little while. But yeah, so this is kind of what we're going to do. I'm still deciding whether I'm going to make it bigger, whether I'm going to cover the entire roof, and whether I'm even going to keep this little side platform that I didn't end up having the item limit to use. So we'll see. So let me go to the plot that we're going to be building on. And here we are. It's very much an active construction zone. This setup over here we're not going to be using today, except I might steal that staircase, because that's all for creating this structure. Which, let me actually get the courtyard in here. I will be switching rapidly between multiple plots, so it might flash a little bit at first. If you have visual sensitivities, I don't think it's going to bother you, but if it does, just look away for a sec. And what I'm doing here, when I place this, I'm actually object canceling, so you can see I pulled out a wooden floor. That gets it there without actually putting it there. So then I can come in here, and the game's going to think I don't have anything there anymore. Hi, Sweet Tater. I don't remember if I've seen you in any of Jessie's streams. Let me give her a shout out real quick though, because Jessie is a lovely streamer. She's one of the sweetest people I've ever met. She is currently on a hiatus from streaming, but go drop her a follow. And if you like Palia, she's been taking a break from that, but she's been working on a 100% Stardew challenge. Also, if I do miss anything in chat, just let me know. Feel free to remind me. especially once I actually get building, because I'm going to lose track of things. Oh, and thank you for the follow. All follows on my channel are anonymous, at least for now. I want you to feel comfortable lurking if you choose to, or chatting or whatever. And I've heard tell that sometimes people come in with inflammatory names. So just to protect everyone in chat, I'm keeping it anonymous. But yeah, so now the game thinks that there's nothing here, even though these items will snap back when I leave the plot. I'm also going to, just so I don't forget, add that door there so that we don't have to go all the way through this house, and make this a little bit more accessible for me while I'm building. All right, so now we can go back. And not the main plot. Back into easy come, easy glow. And now when we go look at the courtyard area, you can see a little bit better what I'm going for here. So I still need probably somewhere around 700 more star quality lightning bugs to fully enclose this roof. Sounds good. Enjoy your lurk, sweet tater. Haven't quite figured out how the corners are going to work yet, but depending on how I feel about the main roof, the rooftop patio, I might come over here and build a couple more half arches because I think I have at least enough lightning bugs for one, so y'all can see that as well. In the meantime, I have already constructed Code Red Alert's 3rd edition attic. Yeah, Paul, you're not getting away from me continuing to catch lightning bugs. And I still need, I think, 5 lunar moth plushies because I want to turn the courtyard into a checkers area. B, you should play. You should absolutely download the game and start playing. If you like Animal Crossing and Breath of the Wild and that sort of thing, hop in here. And since you're here, thank you for joining. I'll get into the tea behind Palia once we start building because I'll need something to talk about, and that's always a fun one. But yeah, I need 5 more lunar moth plushies to be able to make a chest set. I do have, I think, excess lantern bugs. Yeah, so I have some that I can trade around, but it's going to be a lot of bug catching while you and I hunt with Vince, Paul. And Carly, if you ever want to join the hunts, we do a lot of grinding. I have unfortunately returned to work as of this most recent Friday. So my time to play is going to be limited to mostly during streams. But I do want to do some community engagement, go on hunting parties together, that sort of thing. So definitely keep an eye out, and hopefully we can get some time playing together. So again, with Code Red Alert's video, he really exclusively did just the floor and the staircase. All of these additions with the walls and things were me messing around with it to try to make it a more livable space. And as you kind of saw before when I was switching between plots, the roof is even more disgusting than the last one was. These are the sticky outies from my side walls, and then this is all of the junk from the kind of rounded wall section and the shelves. And I'm not super excited to see how I can cover that up, but that's what we're going to be doing today. So let me come on back down and get set up. I highly recommend making an organized staircase I don't recommend doing the spiral staircase I did last time, because that was horrendous to try to use. It's not fun when you glitch pieces together to try to build something that's already upsetting you, and then you fling yourself off of a staircase 6 times trying to get up there. This looks like it reaches. And I'll be using exclusively wood building blocks, and if I need to, gourmet plates for this. Yeah, you hit your head on that a lot. And you and Finn's also flung yourselves off of it a lot. But yeah, the gourmet plates are really good for either using as an... You did not call OSHA. I kind of wish you had, because maybe they would have put me out of my misery, but you did not. But yeah, the plates are really good for using as anchors for rotation, glitches, and things like that. And I am using the dessert plates so that they have a smaller footprint, because ideally I don't really want them to be visible at all. Okay. Chat died for a second, but yeah, I don't want them to be something that you can look up here from the ground and see, or, you know, be just chilling on the patio and then be like, what is that little white thing on the floor? So use the smaller footprint ones. And the gourmet set, for some reason, is also glitched in a way where you can use it as the hitbox for placement if you put it on top of something, so that you can put things in places where they normally would not have fit. I don't even... Paul, I'm scared of what you're going to say in chat in response to that. But either way, we're going to work with that to see what we can do. My biggest concern with these is this section here. I think I'm going to try to make it look like some sort of electrical or HVAC system. Good, I'm glad you missed that. Tell Phil thank you, because that saved me whatever depraved joke you were going to come up with in response. But yeah, I'm going to try to make it look like HVAC or something like that, just to try to make it feel more natural beneath this deck. I also think I'm going to put the stairs either towards the front of the house or on the side here, so that you kind of get the reveal as you come up of the lightning bugs from the front, instead of you have to climb over the lightning bugs or something like that. So this is ideally going to be towards the back. Less of an issue. We'll see if that actually pans out. Paul can also attest to the fact that I rebuilt those stairs I showed you before about 5 times in their entirety before I was willing to accept where they were at, and that may very well happen here. So one thing that you do need, 2 things that you need to keep in mind for a lot of these glitches and builds, is your stack limit does matter. And I'm still not entirely clear how the stack limit is determined, because it doesn't seem to just be everything that was ever put in any way on top of an object, counts towards that object stack. It seems to branch a little bit. So I did my best to vary as I went through and built the attic and now these walls, to vary where I was putting things and not attach them in a chain to each other, but just to like the individual floor underneath it or the floor directly behind it. We'll see if it helps. That was part of why I made the rooftop patio on my main plot so much smaller, We'll see. I also put this wood floor down here because I'm about to be working with floors that are going to occlude with the roof itself. So they're not going to be happy about having things in the way of them. So with this wood floor here, I'm going to use the object collision glitch to get this to stick in here despite the error message. And that's a very rapid on PC left click and then whatever number your wood floor stack is in. Something I forgot to mention before as well, very few of these glitches will work on Switch, and I'm not entirely clear which ones that'll be. Code red alert, and I'll do the command again in chat real quick for people who joined later. His videos do go over briefly what works on PC, what works on Switch, especially in his third version of his attic video. He goes over pretty thoroughly, okay, this works on PC, this works on Switch. But I'm going to get this lined up again. And you can see I'm not even pointing directly at the wall half the time to get it to snap into place. Palia placement is wonderful. And then I'm going to left click 1. I was a little slow on that one, so I put it back. Line it back up. Sometimes if you mess it up, it doesn't put it back and you can keep trying. Sometimes it does. It just kind of depends. So that's placed now. I need to go downstairs and back into my attic to see if that's sticking through the wall, because I'd prefer to keep it at that level, but if it's sticking through the wall, that creates a whole nother problem for me that I don't think I'm going to want to deal with. So let's see. Yep. So I have this beautiful would-be shelf up here, and I'm not about that. So I'm going to go back up and kind of scrap that concept. I could instead use the wooden crates to get kind of the same effect. So I might try that. Also, his build doesn't include this banister or this back wall here. That was something I was just messing with to try to enclose it a little bit better because I was flinging myself off onto the first floor of the harvest house and having a bad time about it. Also heavily recommend putting in that floating bridge so that you can cross the loft a little faster. So I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to just put one of these crates on top of this spare block for now. I could replace it entirely, or I could use the wooden floor to try to get it to position. And actually, I might see if that's any better. Placement rules for these things sometimes get a little funky, so just mess with it. Every once in a while... Yeah, no worries, Z. What are you having for dinner? Every once in a while you can get things to glitch or snap into place in a way you didn't expect. So that's always fun. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Okay, so we're going to start doing it the same way that the old build was started, with the planks here, or with the wood floors rather. And again, I'm trying my hardest not to connect them to each other, just to their foundation wall. Well, I hope you thawed the chicken this time, Z. Did you end up eating the fried rice yesterday? Or did you just leave it unfinished because you couldn't put meat in it? Something too to keep in mind when you're building in Palia with these wooden builder's blocks, or any of them, any of the materials, they place themselves differently based on how you snap them together. So all of these you can see have the tiniest little gap in between them. You can see a little bit of the roof showing through. And they're being placed side by side but not being snapped, or not being joined technically. This one is a little bit closer, and you can see it's placed slightly differently compared to the walls. It's small enough at this space, or at this point with just the one, that you wouldn't ever notice. But the more you do it, the more that like 1 or 2 pixel difference cascades, and you'll end up with things that are skewed by several pixels. And if that's enough to bother you, it'll be a ton of wasted work. So try to keep consistent with how you're attaching things, to make sure that it, looks good. Hey Vince, welcome in. I was gonna add a Nightbot command for you, but I didn't get to it in time. So more incentive for you to come to the next one, which is on Wednesday. And okay, egg is pretty standard, and fried rice and orange chicken sounds good. What was the brand on that orange chicken, Z? And then before I get too sidetracked, I'm just going to go and mirror that placement over here real quick. If I end up tearing this all down, then, it'll be wasted effort, but I think this is pretty much the option that I have right now, for at least this part. I don't know that I can say I'm glad to hear you're titillated, Vince. Alright, so that's the base. I think I still want to do the sort of angled support look, but I think I want to position the supports more centrally here, and ideally have more of them to give it more of a complete look, especially if I have more of the rooftop covered by the patio. So I might start working on that just to get an idea for how tall I need it to be before I start trying to figure out these back pieces. At least if he's Thelma, you're both women. I feel like that's a little bit more fair than you claiming Clyde for yourself, Vince. Alright, so for the angled supports, I'm going to come over and use the lantern bug setup for now. Move this step out of the way. And this is where the rotational glitch comes into play. I am not good at keeping these things straight in my head, so there's going to be a lot of trial and error at first. But it should be a fairly easy, probably 2-tick rotation. So you need a wall and a shelf. The industrial shelf is the highest recommendation for this. Some of the other shelves will work, but the industrial wall shelf is flat with a fairly wide surface area, so it's generally what people use. You also need your anchor object, and I'm also going to switch to my building outfit super quick because the hat is getting in my way. Okay. So you need your anchor object, which is going to be my gourmet plate. Keep an eye on the green lines that are highlighting where your plate is at. And I'm going to move this over, check again. So I am going to put it here, and I can see it's the second yellow square up, and then the furthest yellow square in the kind of y-axis. I'm going to rotate it 2 ticks for now. And let's do 3. And I don't really want anything to... I don't want the pillars... Yeah, Carly, that's a new feature. So what you have to do is go to a wardrobe and save an outfit. And then, actually, go to your collections. And you'll have your saved outfits tab. And then it gives you this radial. And then it's under the same button as your emotes. And it's just a separate tab within that menu. And then you can just drag them out, clear them as you need to. But yeah, I don't want the pillar that I'm about to put down to be any further than I need it to be from the anchor object. So I'm going to put it low down to the ground like this and try to get it as close as I can to where it originated. Because the shelf is in the way, unfortunately, this is the best I can do. But I'm going to see how this looks, because there's a chance that this will be perfectly what I want. And then I'm going to switch to another object. So I pulled out another plate. It's easiest if you're on the correct inventory row, for one. And if you know what number position your object is in. But as soon as you cancel that placement, you're good to do whatever you need to do. That also includes if you need to use obstacle placement to put your object on your anchor, you can do that as well. So I want my pillars, and it goes down easy. This, because I canceled and then switched objects, let me place it normally. If it doesn't, you can set a secondary placement key. So normally for me it's left click. My secondary key is the letter V, and I can use that instead, and for some reason it overrides it. Then I'm going to go and click my anchor to pick it up, click it to set it down, and now it's in position. And that's pretty much exactly where I wanted that plate to be. It's mostly covered up by the pillar. I can still access it fairly easily when I'm working on a more complicated area. It's what I want. That angle, though, is a little too steep. So I'm going to just pick up the pillar, and this anchor is free to use independently again. This is where it sometimes takes me a few tries to get it right, because the specific angle I get confused about. I'm going to go to 4 ticks and do it a little bit more extreme. I don't know if that'll be the correct direction or if I'm doing it backwards, but you can work with a trial and error and you'll get there eventually. I should be on the right row this time. So now if I try to click, it doesn't set it down. If I hit V though, it does. Yep, that was the opposite direction. So I'm going to come back and do 2 clicks instead, or 2 ticks of rotation. Set it back down. Move it into place. And put my pillar. That's what I want. So I have one of these. Now, if I tried to just stack this higher now, this pillar will stay perfectly vertical like that, and I'll have to obstacle place it, which I can do. It's just not what I want to do with this specific stack. So I'm going to straighten out my shelf, pick it up by the anchor, put it on here, rotate 2 clicks, and now I can start stacking up pillars. I don't know how many I'm going to want just yet, so I'm going to give it 3. Should give me a pretty extreme support beam, and they all tilted to that angle. So now I'm going to bring this up here and just see how high this gets me in relation to the rest of the roof. You can technically bring your jig, your glitching jig up here, or just build it up here. But the issue is if you end up having to do a group selection or something like that, you can end up grabbing your entire attic structure, and it can also get more complicated because your game is going to want to default to grabbing like the wood floors. So I recommend building on a fully neutral surface, and outside is usually the easiest. Something I do dislike with these builder's block items is that there is no center snap. So you have to kind of manually find center and then turn off the grid. But that's approximately correct. It gets me up just above the rooftop. I think I might want to, let's see. That looks like about a crate height. So I'm going to set down a crate over here. Because again, to put anything on top of this, I'm going to have to use collision placement. Or not. I don't build with the crates very often. So they tend to have properties that I don't expect. And they like making a liar of me. Okay, so I only need about half of that crate. There is a method you can use that's very similar to the rotation one I just showed you that can get this crate to drop down. And I'm not very good at that method, let alone when something's on an angle like this, so it's harder to predict where that is. And I'm trying to decide if I want to struggle with that to get the placement right. Let's see. I'm gonna try and see what I can figure out with it. This is also how you make objects float in-game. So I'm going to straighten this back out. I'm not going to apply any kind of rotation to it because I don't really care if the box is rotated. And I'm going to do some measuring here to try to figure out where center is going to be for this box, give or take. So I want center to be about there, I think. So I'm gonna put a little plate. These plates too, because they're so unobtrusive, are fantastic for marking measurement spots. Because I'm not going to remember this line. Yeah, Vince, Nothing is ever consistent, and it seems like every update they change slightly. Just like every update they keep breaking cooking in new and exciting ways. By the way, B, are you still here? Because I think this trial and error section is a perfect time for me to air Palia's dirty laundry. Okay, so B and I were talking on Blue Sky, and I mentioned that there are some concerning aspects about Palia. But overall, it's a pretty good game. Yeah, Vince, the bugs are great. The massive layoffs are less so. So, early ish in 2024, and I can grab links for this if anyone's really curious, but there are articles out there about it if you search Palia Singularity 6, which is their development company, layoffs. In like April 2024, they laid off, I think it was at that point like 30% of their staff or something. I think they gave a number of like 30 individuals were laid off. And then in June or July, they did another set of layoffs. And, that's concerning. And then right after that, they were acquired by Daybreak Games. So they were having either financial difficulties or, trying to look better or whatever. Laid off what ultimately... Yeah, Vince, I think they gave a hard number first of like, it was 32 people or whatever it was. And then they said, layoffs that resulted in 30%. Or maybe vice versa. It was 30% and then, 21 employees. But, yeah, either way, got rid of a large portion of their staff. And I've seen people from their QA department, or formerly from their QA department, say it was largely like QA and dev. And then they were acquired. And now the updates are 30% content and, 70% cosmetics. And some of the glitches, which... Don't get me wrong, I'm doing a glitch build right now. I love the glitches. And I love the content creators in the community who discover these things. Because even if I find something that's a little wonky, I usually don't know how to leverage it until I see someone else do it. But yeah, some of the glitches that actually really affect gameplay don't get addressed until sometimes the next update, sometimes 3 updates later. Yeah, and Vince, you're exactly right. The heavy lifting was done, but it still wasn't heavy enough lifting, in my opinion. Especially when there's so much more that they've talked about wanting to do. And when this game is supposed to be so big, and when the questing and stuff has stagnated really hard. Yeah. The money definitely is what talks. And yeah, they let off a lot of player-facing roles as well. So, if you are as geeky about the English language and, grammar and stuff like that as I am, you'll notice issues with their publicity. And you'll notice that their, advertising materials are seldom accurate to what's actually in the patch. And if you're lucky, they'll address it by gaslighting you. If you're not, they just won't address it at all. There's, if you hear me reference Snailgate, that's what I'm referring to, is their publicity department. What Snail indeed is rough. But all of that said, no matter how much I complain about this game, no matter how sarcastic I get, it's really good for a beta, and it has so much potential, and I'm so critical of it because I wanted it to be better, and I want it to continue to improve. And Daybreak Games has a concerning reputation, so I hope things go great. I'm just scared that they won't. And yeah, it's a massive bummer that they're going hard into cosmetics, and it's tough to... I'm gonna turn off game footage real quick just to make sure that I don't show anything crazy by going to the premium store. Okay, cool. Back to gameplay. This is the currency store. So you can see the prices are, pretty much 1 USD to 100 Palia coins, which sounds pretty reasonable, right? That's easy math, pretty common conversion rate for stuff like that. You even get a purchase bonus for your first one. Yeah, Vince, this is what I'm touching on. But then you see for one of these outfits, so each one, it's approximately 17 US dollars. And these are cheap ones. They have some... This plot skin, basically, is $26 US. These dragon outfits, which admittedly come with unique animations for outfit changes, which I assume are tied to one of the outfit pieces. For the whole set is, $68, but $35 for a single outfit. And you get 3 color swatches per outfit. It's a lot. It's a lot. And they've started branching into premium emotes and stuff, in addition to pets and gliders and tool skins, which you often only get a couple of tools for $8.50, not your whole tool set. It's a lot, and it's hard for me to justify paying into the game when the content is neglected in favor of cosmetics that they already have so many of. So it's something. Yeah, Vince, that's kind of how I feel about it. The more negligent they've been with certain aspects of community engagement and things like that, again, publicity, it's put me off of spending more money. But I've also been getting ready to stream. I've also been on medical leave and now coming back to work. So money's just been a touchy subject for me anyways. But yeah, the rest of the game is great. The community's great. Usually if anyone's being weird about stuff, they get shut down pretty fast by the rest of the chat who wants this space to stay cozy. It's a really good game. And that's why I'm streaming it, no matter how much shit I talk. Let me see. That should be good. Still trying to figure out this placement. Did not do much of that while I was talking. But yeah, that's the biggest T. And And hopefully eventually we will actually get the snail plushie that we were promised. So that's going a little too far over. Yeah, so that was, Vince said that it's the friendliest player base he's ever seen. That was part of why I decided to start streaming Palia instead of anything else. Because I would love to get back into like RuneScape, and I enjoy playing Minecraft. And there's, on this channel, hopefully going to be a lot more room for variety while still staying mostly cozy. Because I love the cozy community. And I didn't want to leave the kind of safe space that Palia provides while I'm still new and awkward and, you know, a little bit more sensitive to things. And I'm happy that Palia provides that. And yeah, B, it's definitely fun. You're not seeing me do anything too entertaining right now. This is like what breaks people's brains more than entertains them, I think. But if I end up taking a little break in a bit to go hunting or bug catching or whatever, you'll get to see more of the standard gameplay. And Vince, we've been playing together for close to 6 months, right? And we do relatively the same thing every time we play together, and it's still fun. So it's a game that just keeps on giving. And two, something that's, can I pull this off? Something that's great about it is they do still push some. Bye, Z. Thanks for coming in. Have a good dinner. Get your fill of chicken. But they do still push content. And so Elder Woods is coming out sometime this year. If we're lucky, it'll be at the end of this month, because I think they said early this year. And that's going to be a whole new region. With whole new glitches and walls to get stuck in and everything else. But it's also like spooky, gloomy magic forest, which is right up my alley. Let me see. Yeah, Vince, I wish you would actually finish a plot, because your ideas are always really, really cool. And then they're just smack dab in the middle of nothing. But good, B. I'm glad that this very distracted building is fun to watch. There are a lot of streamers who do this kind of thing, and there are also community run challenges called shell challenges, where they give you like, okay, you need to use a Grand Harvest house, a hallway, a courtyard, and 2 small rooms on either side of the courtyard. And that's all of the guidance they give you, but you have to use that building structure. And then you can do anything you want with it. Sometimes they give a theme like, oh, it's the winter holidays, so, you know, do Winter Wonderland or whatever. But it's a great tool for driving you to do builds and things like that. So if that's content that you enjoy, there are a lot of people out there that you can watch. Oh, yeah, they do shell challenges in Sims too, huh, Carly? I will say I am never going to play Sims on stream. But that sounds like a lot of fun too. What are some of the best ones that you've done? And yeah, Vince, talking about how much you have to glitch to actually get things to look the way you want. I fully agree with you that I wish all of this was native functionality. as much as I like seeing if I can hit buttons fast enough and that sort of thing, it shouldn't be something that's so inaccessible, especially when so much of the client base is on Switch. That little Simsy is a very appropriate Sim streamer username, I will say that. But yeah, definitely let me know. I don't have Discord open. Give me a sec. Let me drop a couple of shout outs if I can. Oh, I'm not gonna say that part out loud, but yeah, I know Tinksy. I don't remember his full URL, but Tinksy is a Palia streamer who does his own shell challenges. Tempe Tulip might as well, but I don't remember. Either way, you can search it on YouTube, and a lot of them post their challenges there for easier reference. And you'll see them as you watch more Palia streamers too. Yeah, Switch 2 might help. I know that some people struggle if they're on Switch to visit plots that have a lot of glitches, but I think they might also struggle some if you just are close to your item limit, because this game is not optimized. So it's... I know some content creators will specifically build to be Switch friendly, and it's unfortunate that that's an accommodation that needs to be made, if that makes sense. Yeah, the controls are gross, especially out of the box. And I know, Vince, you play primarily on controller on PC. I play mouse and keyboard because I just can't handle joystick controls when I'm spinning around trying to shoot something. And I don't know if it's just like the settings that Palia has specifically, and when you modify your aim sensitivity, it feels like the increments are way too big. I know you like handling joysticks, Vince. You don't need to share that with my budding community. Paul, go help Phil. Yeah, same, Carly. If I do end up playing Stardew on stream or something like that, I will probably use controller just to be a little bit more ergonomic, because I just had carpal tunnel surgery, so I should probably take care of my wrists. But in the meantime, playing Palia, I'm going to be sticking with mouse and keyboard. So that's a pretty good height. I don't mind being slightly above the rooftop here. And I can actually lower it down because I didn't want to build the whole thing out of boxes like that. So now I can look at this and say, okay, I want this to be centered here. I think I'm going to do 3 boxes as kind of a corner barrier. Oh, not the big box. And I am intentionally, when I pull the item out of my inventory, I'm facing the same direction each time. Which is not the same direction that this resulted in. So I'm going to fix that. But the direction that you pull the item out in is the way it's going to face. And it's easier for me to just figure out what the direction is than try to rotate it to be the same each time. You can rotate, very easily. It's just your cursor, or your mouse wheel rather. But I prefer to just know which way it's supposed to go. You will, however, see me sometimes spin to click in the right direction as a result. But now that's all lined up, and it's even because I can't have things not match. It's a problem. Yeah, Carly, I actually have arthritis gel in the drawer next to my desk because I was afraid that's what I was dealing with before I was diagnosed with carpal tunnel. I think I still have some starting, and I do have compression gloves somewhere, and I kept my wrist braces just in case, because I still occasionally have flares while I'm healing. But I don't blame you at all. There are just certain things like fishing and Stardew that's much more comfortable for me with controller because I'm pressing a button with my thumb instead of trying to mouse click. But most things I'm gonna stay on mouse and keyboard. Yeah, Vince, that makes sense. I still think you should look into getting an adapter, uh, like anti-micro or whatever, to make those things be keyboard compatible, or sorry, controller compatible. And they keep your hands warm. I usually have to roll up my sleeves so that they're not pressing against my radial nerve. And so my wrists and hands get cold while I'm playing games, even if it's plenty warm in my house. And compression gloves, even if they're fingerless, keep things cozy. We can talk more outside of stream, Vince. We had talked about it briefly when you had first started playing Sante and were struggling. Um, but it's basically a program that runs in the background that says, hey, this controller is doing whatever inputs you set. So for me, when I was using it for Flight Rising, it was one of my joysticks was the mouse. And then I think right trigger was left click. And things like that to just adapt to whatever's missing. Oh, yeah, Carly, I've seen systems too where they have the controllers almost look like a Bop It game or something where you can move all the pieces around so that it works and it can be more ergonomic or more compatible with different disabilities and stuff. And I want one of those so bad. But I don't know if they're actually on the market or if that was just like a research study. But yeah, I'll then send you the link to the program I'm talking about. And also, since I mentioned Sante, I don't have a clean browser to pull up right now to show y'all. But this is my referral link. Or that didn't want to send. There we go. Sante is a pet game akin to Neopets or Iwas or Flight Rising that's showing a lot of potential. Vince, Paul, and I all play. Actually, no, Paul, you don't play. You're too good for Sante. But Vince and I both play. And it's a lot of fun. It's still in beta, and it's technically in closed beta. But with my referral link, you can sign up for free. And you don't have to wait for someone to sell you a Kickstarter beta key, which is nice. And it's really great. They have a wide variety of pets, and every couple of months they're releasing a new species. They have plans to bring in an RPG system, potentially also a board game. I think we unlocked during Kickstarter. That sounds like it'll be a lot like Neopets' Key Quest, if you played that. And I believe we also unlocked the minimal caretaking system, which sounds like it's going to be a lot like Neopets' Pet Habitarium, which was kind of like mid-recent Neopets. So if you played Neopets forever ago, you might not have seen it, but it has a lot of potential. Staff is very active. They are constantly running giveaways and events and community events too, where you have to work together to complete goals to unlock features. And they're very, very responsive. I was unable to interpret a page at one point and thought that the machine that they had just released was a like gotcha system, and I couldn't figure out why I couldn't insert my tokens for it. And I posted in the general chat of like, oh haha, just figured this out. And within 5 minutes the primary dev had added a line of text explaining it to the main page, because a couple people were like, oh yeah, me too. Like instantly, Ember was on it. So highly recommend if you like pet games. And yeah, go check them out. Let's see. Just reading your message now, Carly. Oh, Jesus. I don't even bind to the 2 side buttons on my mouse because I'm afraid I'll hit them and break something. Your friend sounds like a genius, and I'm very glad she's been able to find the tools that she needs to be able to do what it sounds like she loves. Because accessibility options are not as available as they should be by any means. Okay, perfect. So I was just checking, trying to get myself back to building. I was checking the height here to make sure that the rooftop didn't merge through, because I didn't want to have to see the top of the roof there, but it doesn't, so we're good. And this looks like a pretty perfect height. Something too that I'm going to try to get away with, though I shouldn't have to because I have all of my measurements still placed over there. I might not have to put the boxes on these pillars again manually, but it's going to be difficult for me to get this spacing exact, so I probably will just to be safe. But that looks good for now, I think. I might even just box in the whole edge of the roof to keep it consistent. And then that could also line up pretty well with the height of some of these. So I'm going to build some more supports, I think. I think I'll do one every other. So pull out another plate. You do need 1 anchor per glitch object like that. Oh, wait. I'm gonna set up another jig because I forgot that's measured for already made supports. And I'm coming in here just because I knew I had this. And my fully functional chest is up there. Otherwise I would have to use this locked chest, which is less ideal. And I don't have a work table out here, which I should, but I haven't moved it. I know you can, Vince, but it's an extra click, and I didn't want to. But yeah, that's why I initially had that chest over here, because I didn't know I could make um, additional regular chests on separate plots. And I had all of my chests already like blocked out um, on my main plot. So I was like, oh, how are you supposed to access anything if you're, capped out like that? It turns out it's not that complicated. And with these glitches, you get faster as you go. So definitely don't feel any kind of way if at first you struggle a lot. I also highly recommend really paying attention closely if you're watching. Oh, thank you for the follow. My follows are... That was the first time I actually heard that alert, and it scared me. But follows are anonymous, so feel free to hang out and lurk or chat as much as you want. Whatever works for you. Hi, Geeko. Welcome in. Oh, gotcha, Vince. Okay. It's nice that you can put as many out as you want. How are you, Geeko? What have you been up to? Oh, also, I have a command for you. Go check Geeko out. Would you consider yourself also a cozy variety streamer, or are you more cozy horror? No, I won't stop that. She's very fun. She's very manic. And you were actually, I think, one of the first Palia streamers I started watching, and then you stopped streaming Palia. Also, she likes cold spaghetti, so make of that what you will. And yeah, cozy horror sounds about right. I think most of the time when I'm able to tune in, you're playing like Phasmo. I am slandering your spaghetti. That conversation was ridiculous. And you're still wrong. My issue, Vince, with cold spaghetti is that no matter how well you strain your meat, and yes, I do strain my meat. Don't let her tell you otherwise. No, Phasmo is not cozy, Carly. But no matter how much you strain your meat, no matter how clean you try to get it, unless you're fucking rinsing it, I can still feel the grease when I eat it cold. Well, you're also wrong for that, Vince. What surprises you, Paul? Oh, yeah. Maybe that's the one time he abstains. You just put your sauce on the meat, huh? Thanks so much for coming by, B. I saw you responded to the conversation about yarn and stuff, so I'll respond back to you after I stream. It's glad to have you here, and hopefully I see you in Palia soon. Also, Geeko, I just realized I think I missed your message because we started talking about spaghetti. Yeah, Palia is definitely something that I've felt the need to take breaks from. although I haven't really succeeded. I'll be glad to see you. B, my next stream is going to be Wednesday. And if you're still here, I also have plans for Valentine's Day. I'll be taking a quick Palia break for an approximately 11-hour stream that day to play visual novels and otome games. So as I get more of a kind of itinerary figured out, I'll be posting that on Blue Sky as well. So definitely keep an eye out. Thank you again for coming. Oh, yeah, the flare system, Carly, is ridiculous. And it was actually yesterday. We were playing, Paul, Vince, and I, and there were a lot of fireworks let off after Paul nagged one of us to have dispel arrows out. So that was fun. Yeah, Geeko, a lot has dropped, but actually, no, a lot has dropped while you were gone. If you have the opportunity in the next couple of days, I would highly recommend logging in at least long enough to go buy some red presents, because I know you were doing a lot of building stuff for a while there, and the red presents are about to go away until next year, and those are super key for a lot of glitches. And that goes for you, Carly, as well. If you haven't already, there's the shop outside of Zeki's. I'm not going to tell you to buy as many as I did, because I have 500 in my storage. But I would say buy at least 50, depending on what kind of ideas you have for plot design. Definitely more. I'm going to try to get up to like 6,000 before the event ends. No. They essentially... So, Carly, this is mostly for you, because I know Vince and Geeko know about this. But things like trees can only be placed on ground texture, which is, you know, this grass or snow or whatever plot design you have. Some things transfer that texture upwards. So like the new game night playing mats will still kind of act like they're on ground as long as they're on ground. So I haven't actually tried to place trees on the mats. Oop. Let's try real quick. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. If you'd prefer to stay lurking, by all means, go ahead. If you'd like to chat, please do so. Be comfy wherever you are, and welcome to the farm. Hi, Ranger. Yes, you do get to bully me. And, you know, now you know is a good time to abuse the crap out of me on Monopoly. So there's that. Alright, let's see. But yeah, and like the... What are they called? The new grassy platforms they gave us an update or two ago also count as ground. Yeah, you can put trees on the game boards, which is totally fine. Geeko, are you gonna... I've been so amused, Geeko, because you'll play for like a little bit each day, and then immediately your board is destroyed again. And I love if I'm actually kind of close to getting in the top 10 for that competitive event that they run, just going to your board and just slamming you over and over. Same with Nyx's board, because her stuff is usually down. I think she hasn't even played recently. But yeah, so this ground texture stuff is kind of hard to get with other things. So you can see I can't put it on the shelf. I can't put it on the boxes. If I pulled out a table, I couldn't put it there. It's fine, Geeko. That's why you ran that sponsorship, right? You wanted us all to bully you? But, oh, apparently I have 600. If I put a present down, it acts like ground, and I can put it right on top of there. And if I put it here, where we previously saw it wouldn't work, I can put it there now. The other two present types do not work, unfortunately. I would have been very happy if they had, because the shapes are better for different applications, but it's only the red presents. So definitely, Carly, that was the most distracted explanation ever. But yeah, go buy some. Have I tried a plot? Like, do you mean a building, Vince? Or... oh, a gardening plot. Let me go to where my garden is. You're gonna get mad at me because I have not touched it today. Or yesterday. Sorry if frames dropped there while everything was loading in. Ranger. I can't even be mad. Yep, a garden plot can go on the red present. So, that's fun. God, now I just want to do a rooftop garden. Right, Carly? And I don't know why it works that way and why it's just that item. But nothing else acts quite the same. There are, like, the gourmet set has a lot more functionality than expected. The wood builders blocks specifically, which is what I usually build with, have a lot more functionality than expected. But the red presents are entirely broken. Yeah, definitely any money you were saving up for other things, spend on presents. You'll get the money back. You won't get the presents until next year. And also, Carly, furniture items, which include the presents, do not count towards your storage limits. So even if you only have, 2,000 storage or whatever, you can put 10,000 presents in there and you'll be okay. They won't count. And you won't have to, like, place them on your plot and destroy that item limit either. Happy to help. I do plan on making YouTube videos as well and tutorials. I just need to... oh yeah, that's another thing, Carly. Thank you, Vince. Buying from Zeki's little pop-up shop there with the presents, everything will, if you exceed your inventory, it'll go into overflow and then straight into your storage. Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that sooner. So you can just sit there and click and then just watch the little pop-up for however many you want to buy, or run your pockets dry of money. Hopefully that was only your first trip and you didn't run back and forth like 12 times like Vince was before I yelled at him about it. And that goes for all of the event shops. I did the same thing with, like, pumpkins and fall leaves and that sort of thing. I haven't tested whether it works for any of the shops in town that sell things, but I assume it would. Otherwise, hopefully, it would give you an error saying, hey, you don't have room for this. But, yeah. Yeah, you don't need to make that many trips next year. Ranger, I hope you know it's coming back to you tenfold once I'm done streaming. Which, by the way, if y'all want to play Monopoly Go with me, you can use my friend code right there. I don't have any sort of sponsorship going with them or Sante or anyone else, but it's there. I had entirely stopped playing mobile games because most of them are full of ads that aren't even for the game itself, and they're clunky and annoying, and I don't like being told I can't play a game because I don't have lives. But Monopoly strikes for me just the right balance of limiting playtime so that I'm not stuck there for years and still trying to make money for itself. And it's all Geeko's fault that I'm addicted. Congrats, Carly. Proud of you. But yeah, Monopoly's fun. And I didn't know how it would work as a mobile app, but the way they balance social cooperation and competition is really good. Monopoly on Switch is also good. I just wish you could select multiple house rules instead of being limited to one at a time, because I enjoy chaos and want to set it up so that I can finally win against my wife at it, because she destroys me. And it does not go well for me. Except for the new Pokemon version of Monopoly that they just released. It was on pre-order, and I can consistently win against her at that. So that's nice. But yeah, Carly, if you like Monopoly, it might be worth checking out Monopoly Go. But like I said, I wouldn't get anything from it other than getting to torture you the way Ranger's trying to torture me. So it's definitely up to you. Yeah, and she's very good at it too. Oh yeah. Like, I'm playing innocent, but I have been very mean to, especially Nyx, but also Geeko and Ranger and whoever has their shields down for too long. Yeah, I also torture you and Vince, Paul. Although, I will tell you, I torture you two less than I torture anyone in Geeko's group. You should have seen, Vince, how much I was getting yelled at in that group for how mean I was being when I was trying to get one of the shields they had up for the competitive thing. Nyx, all of her shit was on the ground. Like, you couldn't attack her anymore. And I didn't even know that was her account until she started yelling at me. Then I was like, oh, yeah, now I don't feel bad. Okay. I have made enough for at least one side. So I'm going to move some of these up. And I'm doing these without the boxes because now that I have the corner placed and have decided to just ring the whole edge in the boxes, I'm just going to collision place the boxes as I get there. I think that'll be a little cleaner than trying to fit things together with them on the pillars. So then, not ready for that yet. And this is what I mean by you're going to see me swinging the camera around to get the direction to go right. Okay, no collision placement necessary, which is good. It's a little off center, but you're not going to be able to see the supports from underneath, so I think that should be fine. And from down here, looks pretty solid. And I don't think I mind having that open section underneath because I can potentially do some lighting from under there. Though at this point it'll be a pain to get to, so I might end up tearing up this floor. But one thing that I got really into as I was approaching item limit for my main plot was doing hidden or integrated lighting. So I can show you. I just renamed a couple of my plots, so I don't remember which is which. Okay. Frames have stabilized again. If I come in here, it's easier to see when it's nighttime, but you can see that light there is not part of this display case. And you can see also that there's an underglow to the frog plushie. If I take this away, you can see that it's two lights put together to brighten it up as much as possible, because otherwise these display cases with how I had the rest of the room decorated were really, really dim. And I really wanted to highlight these guys when they came out. Another instance of that is my quote-unquote refrigerators. You could barely see the food inside of there without the light. So I just put a different light up at the top, and when you just walk up to it naturally, you have to kind of tilt the camera down to see that light, but it goes through all of the shelves in there, so all of the food is nice and highlighted. I also did it with the fountain out here, which I saw someone who had the small homestead lamps in each little like half circle here, and that looked really, really cool at night. It brightened everything up, it shone through, but I wanted to hide it a little bit more, so I made a stack. So yeah, I might end up doing something like that, probably with the Capital Chic lights, because they throw the most light. Thank you, Ranger. My favorite little detail, even though I forget to point it out a lot, is that you can ride this dragon. And being able to say, hey, come into my bedroom and ride my dragon is delightful. But yeah, with the lights, I'll probably use Capital Chic lights to give the roof kind of a passive glow so that it's easier to see at night. And hopefully it won't be... I have so many extras, Ranger. If you want one, I can just give you one for whatever you have. They are not natively sittable, though. So I can also teach you how to do this, but it's really just two grow together stools glitched in there. But yeah, so I think I will do that once I get the base structure built, which means I need to go build some more supports. Yeah, I am probably 25 minutes or so away from taking a quick break. So after that, Ranger, if you want to hop on, we can meet up in the underground and do a quick trade. Also, Geeko, Ranger, I don't think you were in here when I showed this off, but this is going to be my chess/checkerboard setup once I get the roof finished. And the tokens are going to be they're going to be lantern bugs and lunar moths plushies. So yeah, it's gonna take somewhere around 700 more lantern bugs, star quality ones, for me to finish out the roof. But this is yeah, just give me whatever you have, Ranger. If you have a spare Luna Moth plushie, I'd appreciate it, but you can give me whatever, it's fine. Actually, since you asked how, I can demo that real quick. So, lunar or star quality bugs are placeable. I do need to steal this guy. So I have this jig here. It's the same as any kind of rotational glitch jig. I just made it really big even though I didn't need to. And then for the half arches, I've been building them with it sideways. So yeah, spare Cernic works just fine. I would give it to you for free if you didn't have to trade something to me. So put it up there. I've been doing 2 for every stage of the arch, and then 1 tick. This is where having a spare gets important, which also makes the math annoying sometimes. Collision place. That looks good. And then I can't quite reach. The hardest part of this, which honestly I probably could have done differently since the bottom of each arch is embedded in the building, but oh well. The hardest part was getting the frame built, and that was only because for some reason, no matter what I did, the height got weird and glitchy for it, and I was also building it over several days because the frame alone took somewhere around 50 or 60 lightning bugs, I think. So it took a long time. I had immediate regrets, and part of me still does. But now the arches are honestly the easy part, and they stay pretty consistent. These terrariums aren't perfectly like one, square on the board, one large square. So I swear they fall into the same trap as the building blocks where they get a little askew sometimes. So if you look really closely up there, you'll see that things are slightly misaligned and a little funky, but I don't think it'll be noticeable enough to somebody just on the floor, hopefully. And I'm not redoing all of it because it's already way too much. But it's, really simple. It's just 2 tick, 2 tick. Oop. And yeah, Ranger, you're good. If it was a bug plushie that you needed right now, I would be much more stingy about it. But I have so many of the Hot Pot plushies that I'm happy to get rid of them. Yeah, thank you so much for coming by, Carly. Like I said to B, next stream is Wednesday, same time. I will be going late tonight, so if you want to come back by when you're done at the gym, by all means. But I'll probably be ending at 5:30-ish Mountain Standard Time on Wednesday. So just to keep that in mind. Be safe, have fun, make sure you drink plenty of water, okay? And then that's the finished half arch. I think these stairs are too glitched into the wall for me to use, unfortunately. So I'll just go around and use the ones for the roof build. And then the courtyard building itself actually occludes this too much for me to place it where it needs to be. It's so close to letting me put it there. So I'm just gonna see if I can put it forward a little, but I'm probably just gonna have to slap it up here for now. But it'll go into place once I remove the building. I just don't want to have to keep putting the building back to show it off. But yeah, once it's fully enclosed, which I still need to figure out how to do these corners, then I'll put the checkerboard in here so that it's even with the floor level. And that'll be a whole process in and of itself. Let me put these guys away before I forget. But yeah, Ranger, let's see. I'm surprised I only have 2 of the giant Maji, but I do trade them away pretty frequently. I have 2 giant Chappas and 2 giant ancient fish. And there was a period of time where I had, I think, 7 giant Chappas and probably 4 giant Maji. And I've just traded them around for other things as I went. But they, for a long time, were the bane of my existence. Alright. I'm back to putting pillars up. And yeah, after I take my break, we'll trade real quick. And then, depending on what time it is in game, I might fish or bug hunt for a little bit, just to take a break. Because I think I'll be going for 3 to 4 more hours from now. My wife ended up getting invited to bingo night with all of her much older coworkers and then a couple of the ones her age. So she's going to be doing that. And she's expecting it to go probably until at least 8. So I figured I'd just run until either I got too tired to keep streaming or she told me she was coming home. Let's see, this will be the last one for there. So then I'll need 2 more to finish out the other side. And you can also make this staircase with ramps. If I hadn't already had it built, that's what I would have done. But it's entirely up to you. I think, Vince, that's what you said you usually do. I want to see if I can figure out how to fix this up. Because I'd like to continue this out. And it's only going to occlude with a small part of that. Maybe I can just box it in. This is also where it's going to potentially get a little dicey because I have to connect it here now. And that's not even. Yeah, that's something that I had never realized. So when you saw me carrying something up a set of stairs, I had to jump up. And you were like, how are you doing that? I was so confused. Because I think, yeah, the only time I've used controller for this game is when I was fresh out of surgery the first time and playing on Switch, which at that point I wasn't building at all. Let's see. I wish... Oh, it's because those are 2 separate pieces, technically. I was gonna say I wish this would lock on here, but directly on top of the floors that I have down. But it's because it's wanting to connect to this wall. It looks like that's a little bit higher. But let me try. One thing too with collision placement like this, if it's directly in front of you, and especially if it's between where you want to place your object, your collision object will just snap back into place and not actually do anything for you. So hopefully off to the side there is enough space. Yep. If I had had it like right in the way here, it wouldn't have worked. Actually, that should work okay, because I think I'm going to do the same trim that I did before of sideways pillars. So that should sit basically right on top of them. And then I'm still going to have to cover up this section somehow, but I can turn that into a separate little box. Yep, wrong item. And I had kind of mentioned it before, but it'll collision place anything that you select for it. So that time it was a floor because I hit the wrong number. That time it's the wall it's supposed to be. even though the two items didn't match. It's a shame I probably can't make this into a little sub patio room, but I don't know how I'd make it look good with the separate levels like that. And I think I might... I'm also connecting everything to this large crate specifically, because most likely when I go to place the trim along this edge, I'm going to have to cancel this and place it out of here so that it won't be in the way. And so I'd rather everything just be attached to it, so I only have to move one item. Because the more things I have to cancel placement on, the more likely I am to accidentally mess it up. And then it could be a lot more complicated to restore it to the way that it needs to be. There's that, and then... let's see, can I... Unfortunately... Marie, hello! Welcome in. Thank you so much for coming by. How are you? You're home from work now, right? Unfortunately, when you collision place, you can't place at angles. It's only, 90 degrees or 0. Because otherwise I would try to get that to work. But it also looks like I'm going to have to set up some framework first if I wanted an angled spot like that. So I might just do a square and hope it doesn't stick through. Good, I'm glad you're getting a chance to relax. Are the kids being good, or are they being little butts? First stream's going well. Lots of people have come by. I'm very grateful for that. And yeah, nothing too crazy yet. Knock on wood. Lots of distracted rambling, for sure. But I knew that was going to happen. So I can't say I'm surprised. Okay. Because this is showing that it's sticking through there, which I knew it would, I'm going to run down real quick and see if it shows in the attic. Because if it does, I'm going to have to figure something out for it. Or something else out, rather. Okay, which side of the house is that on? It's so close to not showing, and also there's that one. So one of the walls I put in is visible. Let me hop up there and see. Oh, it's the box. Interesting. Okay, that one I'm not going to be able to delete from down here because it has things attached to it. But this one I'll tear out real quick. And then I should be able to just scooch the box forward a little bit. And I will be taking a break in about 5 minutes, so at that time I highly recommend that you drink some water, stretch a little bit, get a snack if you need one, because that's what I'll be doing. I God, I'd need to obstacle place that one in. To deal with all the glitching and stuff, you mean? For me, it's both therapeutic and infuriating. Which is fun because I never know each day which it's going to be. There were some days when I was building the roof on my other plot that I thought I was going to have a good time building. And it was also while I was trying Adderall at first and I was on too high a dose. I would sit there and like work on something until I was shaking from hunger and then hate it and tear it all down. That's part of why I redid my stairs on that build 6 times. So that's not ideal when that happens, but otherwise I do find it fun for the most part. And I don't think it requires any sort of big brain anything. It just becomes muscle memory once you get used to the glitches, and then a lot of trial and error. The people who can just sit down and like picture a build like this and then do it, those are the ones that I can't imagine being. I think I'm just going to do a normal wall for this instead of the box because it wasn't quite working with getting it only a little less stuck inside the roof. So I think this will convey the same idea and be fine. Okay. So right there I was just checking the direction of the slant, because if we can't get rid of it, which currently we can't, I might as well have it match, which does mean that I have to be up here to place this. Because when you collision place, it picks whatever the pattern is for the direction you're looking, not what your collision object was doing. Oh, shit. For it to match perfectly, I have to put it on the outside edge. So I can't have it match the directional. Which I just don't think I'm going to be able to do regardless, actually. So instead, I'm going to move these out a little bit, I think. If it lets me. There's going to be a lot that doesn't match here, and it's going to drive me insane. Because what I was trying to accomplish was setting it up so that the junction between the sideways and longways boards were the same, which I can do manually like this. But then it's not going to line up on the floor here, and I think that's going to be more disruptive to me than the junctions being different. But also the snapping is...
It's a miracle.
Being something. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. My follows are anonymous, so if you'd rather just chill and lurk, by all means, go ahead. If you want to pop into chat as much or as little as you like, please feel free to do so. And welcome to the farm. Okay, that's gonna have to be good enough, at least for now. And then this is where it's gonna drive me a little batty, but that's okay. Hello, hello. How are you, Mrs. Dunlops? Doing all right. How about you? Are you playing Palia right now? Is this a new game to you? Okay. I'm gonna go check to see if that's sticking out again. That's very fair. I know a lot of people have been falling out of Palia lately. How is Mirage? I know a lot of people were excited for that. It's still sticking out. I wonder... I'm not gonna like the look of it, but I might use some small crates to try to get that sticky out to fall on the support there so that it's hidden. Or I could use some pillars. I do wish the wooden pillars were not decorated at the top and bottom, because I do like the stone and metal pillars being perfectly straight a lot better. But let's see. Only needs to be about this much shorter. So collision, please. Oop. That does happen sometimes. If you fall through your ceiling, just release whatever you picked up. Sounds good, Marie. Make sure you feed yourself as well. This almost looks like a ventilation grate, which could work with the HVAC idea I had. Oh, it's past when I was going to take my break, so I'm going to do that real quick. Make sure if you need a break, you do so as well. Stretch your body, stretch your eyes, run to the bathroom, get a drink, whatever you need to do. And I'll be back. Alrighty, I am back. Oh, Solreka, thank you so much for raiding. Sorry I was gone. Welcome in. If you don't know me, my name is Fig. I'm a trans streamer from the Southwest United States, and this is my very first stream. So hello. This is a very lurk-friendly channel. So hello. How are you? How was stream? I saw you start streaming right before I was about to, but I didn't see what you were playing. But yeah, feel free to lurk as much as you want. Feel free to chat as much as you want. And welcome to the farm. It's going well. It's going really well so far. We just had our 2-hour-ish break. And oh, I actually managed to refill my shields that Ranger and Geeko burned through, so that's nice. Oh, and let me give you a shouty too. Go follow Solrakra. He's also a new streamer, newish, and very, very cool. Not a break of 2 hours. We're approximately 2 hours into stream, so I took a break. I wish I could afford to take a 2-hour break, but that'd kind of defeat the purpose of streaming. Did that alert play, by the way, when you raided? Did not mean to pin that. Hold on. Did not hear an alert. That's sad. My raid alert is really fun and would have scared the shit out of me had I been here for it. Alright, I'll look into that. Aw, sorry your ears are blocked. I might actually... Let me switch to my BRB screen again, because I want to play it manually. Things might get a little gross for a second as I open up Firefox. Give me just a moment. Oh, okay. I just saw your message. You were playing BG3. How did that go? Nice. Have you played BG3 before, Solreka? Alright, let's see if testing the alert plays it.
Hey, you look
there we go.
Familiar.
Me? No, I don't.
Get inside the van! Oh wow, that guy's weird.
Well then.
Go, 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 yeah, 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 go, 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 come on, come on, go, 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 go.
So thank you again for raiding. Sorry that didn't play when it was supposed to. Let's get back to gameplay. Gotcha, so you're doing no combat then. That honestly sounds nice. Oh, okay. So, do you know what happens with Auntie Ethel later then? I think one more will do it here. Or I guess I should rephrase that. Do you know what Auntie Ethel is? Gotcha. Okay. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who may not know, but that was one of my most reset fights, but I'm also very happy with how I ended it because I got to explore afterwards without her being involved. And that was much better, but I was also creeping around in that area expecting more. And she was pretty much it, aside from like the final room. Yeah, no worries. I don't know if I would ever play BG3 on stream. Definitely not until I get at least a capture card, if not just a better PC, because mine can barely stream Palia. And that's why I don't have my ping tuber on, because I can't run both and have anything resembling frames. Cool. So I hid that corner. But yeah, if I do decide to, I'd like it to be fairly clean. Yeah. Yeah, I think balance is what I was playing on as well. And it was something. I remember I had to keep... Hey, thank you. I am on a lower resolution than I'd like to be, but it's better than having had to scramble to find something else I could play. Oh yeah, if you don't like set it up just right, you're not gonna survive honor mode, Paul. Because she's... With her fight, when I did it, I didn't really know what was going on, but I knew she was bad. And I knew she was trying to run away. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna kill her right here, no matter what it takes. And I think I caught her with like... I think I threw grease on her, so that she slipped a bunch. And then just bombarded her. And I just got the sound alert message in chat from the test I sent out. That's good. But no, I haven't done honor mode at all, and I don't think I ever would. I played basically to the... Actually, no. I didn't even finish Act 1. I cleared out the Githyanki area and then was going through the Shadowlands. Finished the fight in the inn. And then was just overwhelmed. So I handed it over to my wife to play her own profile. Oh, yeah. I didn't trust command at the time. So I never used that. I did not... I don't think I found any mimics. I did the people with the masks in the Auntie Ethel back room. There were a couple that apparently would have been more impactful had I played that area properly and not killed her outside. And I kept trying to save the ones that were too far gone. And I tried everything before finally looking it up. And they can't be helped. And then the one chick you could save got mad at me for trying to put them out of their misery, so I just gave up. I don't love that, but it technically does the job. Okay. So then I can put one more here. It's gonna look a little funky, but I think it'll be okay. Also, Solreka, have you watched Paul play any Palia, or have you played it yourself? I don't know if I know who Zafira is. Is the way you normally recruit them? Is it sketchy? Is it naughty? Oh, that looks way weirder than I expected. I am going to leave it there for now because I still don't know if I want to extend this upwards because the height's going to get a little screwy. So I'll leave it for now and see what it does. That might end up having to be slightly altered. Gotcha. God, I can't imagine. So I started playing Palia when it was in the stress testing before closed beta. I can't imagine what alpha would have been like. That sounds kind of scary. Do you like the game though? Or did you, I guess, before you stopped playing? Gotcha. Yeah, a lot of people have been getting into / getting back into Stardew. I still need to. I had been playing it on Switch before I got back into Palia when I first went on medical leave. And I had kept like looking things up of, okay, can I do this? Oh, what's this new feature? And didn't realize that they were all for the 1.6 update before it released on console. And I was so sad and stopped playing almost immediately after I realized that because it just wasn't worth it. And I haven't been back. Are you also playing it on console? Can't get this to snap the way I want it to. I don't remember. He might have recommended it to be a fresh release or a fresh save with the 1.6 release. I kind of just saw that it was finally out or heard it on the grapevine and was like, I'm playing Palia right now. And so I didn't pay any more attention. But generally speaking, I try to leave the Switch for my wife because she plays like Binding of Isaac and stuff and keep everything to PC. So I would have started a new save anyways. I keep thinking I don't have the grids on because snaps are acting really weird with this one. This one's going to be annoying to figure out, I think. Okay, can I can put it towards the top. Yeah, are you going to do anything special with streaming Stardew, or are you just going to play 1.6? what I'm probably going to have to do. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Yeah, that's probably about the same point that my wife started playing Isaac. And she has played it so much. So I used to not be able to really play video games at all because I would get so overwhelmed and so anxious and so shaky that even though I knew how to play, I physically could not after a certain point. I still get that way with more intense combat stuff, and bullet hell type games immediately ruin me. I can't do it. That's a good question. I think it could go either way. Because I feel like either there would be appreciation for the fact that you don't have to go back through all of the initial cutscenes and stuff. You already have some things established. But also, for people who are joining at the beginning, there's a certain appeal to being able to see you start fresh. Nuclear Throne is amazing too. Is Atomic Crops something in Nuclear Throne? Okay, that seemed to work okay. That's still gonna stick out a little bit, but I don't know that I can do anything about that. Yeah, I don't know if it was better or worse or equivalent, I guess, to how most people handle more extreme games like that. But it was like, it was when I started taking Prozac, which was a whole separate issue, that I was finally able to play even calmer combat games like Breath of the Wild. And even playing that, I played it like it was a stealth game and did everything I could with bombs and arrows instead of actually playing the game. Yep. Let me see. Okay. A farm-based roguelike is interesting. I'll have to look into it. Because roguelikes themselves aren't too bad. It's just when they're bullet hells and that sort of thing. Yeah, there are definitely points in Breath of the Wild that are rough. And I had gotten to the point where I could safely do like master mode. That was a fun view of the inside of my mouth. Sorry about that. But yeah, it took a long time. And even still, sometimes it's a little rough. But that's mostly when I do things like play the tower. Yeah, there were a lot of times where I had to reset my save because I wasn't stealthy enough. And all of a sudden there was a high nox or something on top of me. And not in any kind of fun way. That's so close to being perfect. Yeah, I can definitely look into it. She does have a birthday coming up, so it might be a fun little side gift for her. I still need to call the piercing parlor now that I think about it, because they had a thing of like, yeah, you can text to set up reservations. So I did that, and they have not responded. This is the part that drove me insane last time with trying to build this roof system, was trying to get things lined up in a way that I could tolerate, that also wanted to work with the system. Because with not using, you know, native and intended tools, nothing wants to work the way it should. That's kind of nice, though, for Link to just glitch out of the Hinox's hands. I was not so fortunate. I think I have Enter the Gungeon. I've at least heard of it. And I think we've watched people play it, maybe. That one's relatively old, though, right? Like at least a few years. What do you mean looks, what looks quite awkward? Enter the Gungeon or building? That might work. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's less ideal if he was woken up every time. There we go. I'm happy with that. Now comes the issue of it's still not wanting to connect walls to the bottom of that floor. But we're making progress. I'm hoping I can get it to snap right. How am I trying to do this? I don't think I even have slow mode on. I'm surprised it's telling you you're sending things too quick. Chat has been acting a little funny on occasion, though. What with delayed notifications, and at one point it just totally disconnected. So maybe that's part of it. Gotcha. Oh yeah, it could be Wi-Fi. I'm honestly surprised mine is holding up as well as it is. I did put my phone on data instead just to try to play it safe, but I didn't trust that to work. So, grateful. Very surprised. Okay, this is becoming one of those situations where instead of continuing to fight with it the way I am, I might actually try to move internally and attach the floor to that little corner there. So this is on the back of the house. Let's go try to do that. I'm scared to turn my phone back on because I mentioned that I had my shields and stuff back and in Monopoly Go, and I wouldn't be surprised if Geeko and Ranger have already destroyed them again. But I don't get notifications until I actually activate my phone. Okay. Where are we? So that I think is the structure I'm trying to build. That looks like maybe the corner I want. This was a lot easier on my other build because it was a lot less complicated. And now I'm just very confused. Okay. I need to base it off of this. That's the one that's still kind of sticking out on the other side. These are where I was building, I think. So then... Ooh, I don't know if I can get in here. Oh, technically. I don't know that I can build in here, though. Yeah, Solar Eka, it's bad. I don't know if Paul's told you about it at all. But I wasn't going to play it at all. And then Geeko ran a promotional thing with it. All of me is wedged. And then I just kept playing. So that's my friend code there if you do end up wanting to try it. I'm not partnered with them or anything, but it's fun. And you get to both help your friends and be very, very mean to them. And Ranger and Geeko were being very, very mean to me earlier. Okay, so processing where that's at. I don't know if I'll be able to get to that corner, but I'll still try. Oh. I thought I saw it snap for a second. Oh no, it's snapping to the ground outside. That's what I want. I wonder if I can force myself further into the wall. I still need to be able to grab that. But I can put that. I can put one here. Thanks for coming by, Paul. Sleep tight. Good luck getting your new internet installed. I know the guy's gonna have a very hard time plugging in a cable. And it's been nearly 3 hours. So if y'all haven't already, go drop Paul a follow. And no, Solreka, I haven't, what do you mean, is it Virgin O2? But no, I haven't heard the news yet about the Switch 2. I'm so confused. Oh. Oh, nice. That lines up with the leaks we've been seeing for Pokemon Legends Z to A. Gotcha. I know nothing about English internet providers. But yeah, Pokemon Legends Z to A is supposedly going to release in, like, I think it was July, which is a weird time. And then also, no, that's not far enough. They're expecting the announcement to come on Pokemon Day, which is February 28th. So people figured, thank you, Paul. Thanks again for coming by. And for, you know, all the help getting me set up. But yeah, so people were expecting news of the Switch 2 to come out before end of February, because it's supposed to be a Switch 2 game. I don't know if that's gonna actually do anything for me, but let me see where this puts it. Because I don't necessarily mind that that's visible. Because a lot of that's going to get covered up, or at least integrated, so that's fine. I wish you could have, like, accessible second story windows at the very least, so that I could just escape, but that's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I really hope that the processing power and graphics capabilities are better. I've seen a lot of the leaks that suggest that it's going to be like a 2-screen, like the 3DS. Right. And we have gliders, just, you know, give us the magic. Except magic in this universe is so highly controlled that you wouldn't be given it. But yeah, like, I don't know how a flip top Switch with dual screens would work. I like the DS, but when given the choice, I also went with the 2DS instead of the 3DS. Yeah, if that's their demographic, they'll get that much at least. They probably missed out on the middle to older age female demographic when they stopped supporting the Wii 2, right? That is actually almost where I wanted it. Okay. I don't know that I want it sticking out that much, though, because that's going to be really visible from the ground. But if I can get that there, that means I can probably get a wall there. And that'll fix all the issues I'm having. So let me try that. What happened to your 3DS XL?
It's a miracle.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Follows on my channel are anonymous. So if you prefer to lurk, by all means, please keep lurking. If you like coming into chat and chatting, please do. You can switch that up as much as you like. And welcome to the farm. Let's see. Forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, I hope the Switch 2 helps break them out of that too. I have been... gotcha. Yeah, we've had to sell a lot of games and consoles and stuff too to get by. It's always very sad, especially when you find yourself wanting the thing again later and either have to rebuy it or just miss it. But yeah, I've been tentatively reassured by how long they've taken to release a new Pokemon game. Because obviously I like glitches. Glitches are fun, but the last few games have not been finished. And no matter how happy I was to just be like, but Pokemans, it still wasn't a good business model. So I'm hoping Legends Zeta A is better and, you know, complete and more satisfying. My sound alerts are so screwed up. Oh, yeah, I forgot they discontinued the Switch eShop. That's sucky. Were all of your games e-purchases? And yeah, I think they already have lost a lot of fans, and just generally trust as well from their fan base. And I can't blame people for that because it's definitely fair. So I hope they regain some footing. Sorry for this angle, by the way. I know this is atrocious. I'm trying to grab the wall that's above this, and that's not happening. But that's okay. I'll just take this. Because I've been halfway tutorializing, you can use objects with things already placed on them for obstacle placement as well, if you need to. I did, however, forget that there's another flat wall in the way here. So I don't know if I'll be able to do what I was trying to do in here. Oh, yeah, Ranger. You right. Let me escape. Okay, let's go trade. I'll head to the underground right now. I don't know. Honestly, Ranger, I didn't even know you played Palia. What is your IGN? Okay. That's a P, not an R. There. Sent you a friend request. Let me head on out. And then, Soul Rekka, I'll catch up on messages now. I haven't seen Persona Q2 played or anything, but Lane played Persona 5 for a while, and that looked really neat. So I can imagine Q2 being enjoyable. I haven't mentioned this, I made myself a whole charcuterie platter so that I had like little bite-sized food for stream. And I've had like 5 bites total over the course of 3 hours. And it just keeps staring at me. And Ranger, actually, let me send you a party invite. That way I'll join you right away. I should have emptied my inventory, because I could have gotten a couple hours of bug catching in, but that's okay. Alright, Soul Rekka, have a good night, sleep well. Don't turn into a pumpkin all the way, just a little bit. And then on your way out to, if things let me type, if you haven't already, go drop a follow. When's your next stream, Soul Rekka? And thank you for the congrats. Well, either way, go check them out. I felt so bad because our stream times overlapped earlier, but oh, there you go. Tomorrow, Dave the Diver. Perfect. Same time, what, like, I think you started at 1 p.m. my time, Mountain Standard. Yeah, I'm West US. Although I'll be in Mountain Standard Time all year. I won't be changing when we switch over in March. Sorry, Ranger, I'm talking and not looking at what I'm doing. Cool. I don't have plans to stream tomorrow, so I should be able to come say hi. Ranger. At least Seki's down here, so it's easier. When I had to get my training license, I had to run upstairs, find him in his house, and then come back down real quick. Let's see, how much money do I have? While you're doing that, I'm going to
unironically pleased to see you. Talk to you
gamble a
later.
little bit. Only a little bit, though. Also, Ranger, I don't know if you were in here when we were talking about it. I don't think you were. But if you haven't already stocked up on red gift boxes from Zeki's little holiday pop-up, do so, because they have a lot of unique, or I guess one unique glitch property that's very helpful if you end up doing glitch builds. Okay, got some furniture right at the end. Oh, and I think the sink is new. I don't think I've gotten the sink before. But no plushies, unfortunately. Did you pass the quiz? Oh. That person walked up and started trading with you. That's not me. And they left to follow me. Okay. Yep. Oh, it's a little Cernuk even. Thank you. Yeah, of course. And then if you end up with any Lunar Moth plushies that you're willing to trade, let me know. I still need 5 for my checkers set. Not that that checkers board is going to be put in anytime soon, but, you know. Sorry, I got distracted. Cool, thank you. And realistically, I can probably just post in the Palia Discord and get some traded to me, but it's gonna take me so long to get this build done that I'm not even worried about it. Okay. So what I was trying before wasn't working. I need a railing. Let's see. The hard part too is I don't want this to stick out any more than absolutely necessary. So I'm trying to keep it fairly contained, but that's not necessarily doing me any favors. Let me see. It's also just not wanting to go low enough because it starts counting it as a roof and not builder's block. Okay. This is one area for sure where I wish I was better at just making things look pretty with the tools that are naturally available. Because, like, there are some content creators and just players who never glitch, never do anything, you know, that isn't Switch compatible. And they have beautiful plots with details everywhere. And it's a type of clutter that, and that's kind of clutter with heavy quotations, that I have never been able to replicate. And I don't know if I could even do it with, like, a tutorial. Because some of them do make tutorial videos, too, of, like, this is how I did this. No. If I want to do something fancy, it's pretty much always going to be heavily glitched like this. And something I spent too many hours on because I agonized over every step of it. Because even this, like, it's not even. And I can't let that go. And I think that's part of why the clutter that looks really, really good and is really popular is something that I just can't get myself to do. Because it's inherently uneven. And that's part of what makes it appealing. But putting that together and seeing the things sticking out the wrong way and stuff in the process drives me insane. Let me see. So it's this one that I'm trying to build off of. Oh, and it actually doesn't connect all the way. That's helpful. Didn't think I'd be saying that, but the only issue is I don't think I'll be able to place it the way I would want to for it to be perfect, but that's okay. So, can I get you to snap to the edge? That was one part of these stairs that I wasn't able to fully lock down for keeping me from falling off. Put that there, and then I'm going to put a floor down. If it'll let me. And I might be slightly more distracted for a little bit here in the next 20 minutes or so. My wife is about to finish up her first day of her new college classes, and she was supposed to go out to bingo with her coworkers, but I don't know if she actually will, or if she's going to be too wiped and come home. So depending on what she decides to do, I'll either keep streaming and go late tonight, or call it early, or on time, I guess. So if I'm a little distractible, more so than I already have been, that'll be why. And then if she confirms that she's staying out for a bit, probably in about an hour or so, I'll take another quick break, and then we'll get back to it. Trying to get this. Usually, if you line up the same type of item against each other, it'll snap to the edge of it. But because it knows that it's going out of like where you can place something, it's not wanting to. So I'm wondering if I can instead do it with a floor. If I can get the floor to snap more than halfway, then I can work with that as well. But that doesn't look like it's gonna wanna go either. So for my last build, I was on the standalone client, so I didn't get playtime information. But I would guess that I spent probably 50 hours on the roof itself, and then probably close to 100, honestly, on the stairs leading up to it. This set of stairs I want to do a lot more open. So I'm hoping they won't take nearly as long. I don't have high hopes for this roof, considering how much trouble it's already given me. Let me get in here. It's being real stubborn. It's kind of impressive. What is directly under here? I was hoping I could get closer, but the support beams are directly attached, unfortunately. I could do it slightly sideways like that. It wouldn't be ideal, and I wouldn't really be thrilled about it, but I could make that happen. Trying to think. I don't know if this one... No. If this one could be freely placed without needing collision placement, I could probably attach this to that and then get it to get another one attached and piecemeal it, but I don't think that's going to work. However, maybe I can put one on. No, that's not gonna work either. I'm honestly a little impressed at how much of an issue this is proving to be, because I really didn't think it would be. Let's see here. Can I get you to snap from underneath? And no. Oh, I wish B was still here. I forgot about the honey fiasco. They just released, I think we got another Me and My Honey Bunch plush. The regular size, not the large. And then they released the honey item as a kind of teaser for what I assume is the next update. I don't think they've teased a ton yet about what the next update is going to be. I know Elderwoods is coming out early this year, supposedly. And I would love for it to be an apiary update, even if I wish they'd give us other livestock first. But the honey was not able to be put into your storage unless you put it in your worm bin and then canceled the production. And it was, whatchamacallit, not, it was edible, which I found out as I tried to place it. And it was not placeable. So Vince, Paul, and I all ended up without honey. Actually, no, I think Vince has it in his storage. But that's it. So it was a bit of a fiasco. And we kind of aren't sure if it's just going to be a lettuce seeds thing again. Except this time they fully owned up to it being honey and the glitch with it being addressed. So hopefully it's not lettuce seeds and we actually get honeybees, but every update is such a mess. Okay. I clearly need a different solution for this. I just don't know what that solution is going to be. It might have to be a floor set with walls placed underneath or on top and then rotated. I'm just frustrated that it's being so finicky. Because this one's probably... This one I can actually do pretty easy. This one I can fix. I had a minute of like, where did I put my shelf? I forgot I built a half arch. Let me just... How was I gonna do this? I've officially hit the point where my brain is breaking. Which tracks, because it's been about 3 hours. What I think I need to do is get this to let me glitch place it on there. I talked a bit about the gourmet plates previously. The butcher's blocks are also fantastic for doing weird glitch placement things, and are usually very, very helpful for getting some distance, whether you're making a staircase or trying to get builder's blocks to interact properly. Kind of anything works with the gourmet set. It's such a weird set of permissions that it has. I actually don't know if what I'm trying to do will work. Because either way, the attachment is going to be to the bottom one, but I need it to be to the top one. Let me try doing it this way. So, that looks approximately aligned. Now I need that to be below. So come up here, Okay. So that went directly into it. So now, hopefully this thing's tall enough. And whenever you can't quite see what you're doing like this, I just use the green highlights on the ground to figure out where I'm ending up putting things. And then place. Okay, there's a little gap, but that's what I'm going for. So, bring this guy back up here. Knock this down. And at this point, I don't mind if there's a little overlap instead of a gap, which the initial test had showed. Because this is going to help with our problems. I don't think it's going to solve them, but it will help, hopefully. And it's crooked, but it's still progress. And it looked pretty well aligned. So it's probably not enough of an overlap that I'm gonna feel like I need to whatchamacallit, manually adjust the shelf height. Okay, cool. So now the top one is the focus. And I'm hoping that it'll ignore collision fully. I don't think it will. But we can placement cancel the bottom piece now. And it'll snap back when I place it. When I place the top piece where it needs to go. So it's saying something's in the way. That's fine. Okay. So I'm going to place it there. I'm going to cancel place that so you saw the wood floor come out. And then hopefully I put that far enough away because it will still read, oops, collision on the bottom one if it collides with something, but it won't be looking for whether it's a valid placement location for the bottom one. But if I didn't put it far enough away, I can just let it snap back to where I had it. But we're good. And now we have that. So that now hopefully carries us beyond this little sticky outie. And I can move this still as one piece. So I can bring it back over, build the pieces I need, placement cancel those, and hopefully build over all of this now. And I'm going to go ahead and do that instead of trying to build it on there, knowing that it's not going to work. So, give that guy some. And you can see it is a little askew, which is unfortunate. but that's one of the issues with this glitch specifically, is no matter how well you line it up to the grid, it's going to interpret the shelf slightly differently than how you intend it. And it's hard to get it perfect otherwise. Although I suppose I could just use the walls. Let me see if that works any better, actually. Not a lot of things stick this well, so I don't think about it. And you run the risk with this method of attaching it to the wall instead of the pillar. But it looks like that worked okay. And it's still just as askew. So, looks like that might be about as good as we're gonna get. And that's okay. Because the top one is further out in the direction we want covered up, and it's going to be the more visible side, I think I'm going to use that as the baseline instead of the bottom one, if I can get it to snap. Though, of course, we have the same issue where walls don't want to snap underneath. So, gonna cancel place that and try to get hey Papa. Sokka, our dog, is wanting attention. Hello. Yeah. How are you? We'll be going outside again in like half an hour, Pop, okay? Yeah. Hello. One thing I do want to do eventually on stream is set up a cat and dog cam. I'm not fond of the idea of doing a face cam for myself. I might in the future. And I had actually prepared a ping tuber for stream, only to discover that my computer couldn't run both Palia and a ping tuber and maintain anything resembling frames. But in the process of saving up for a better computer and through playing other games and stuff, hopefully I'll be able to run that sort of thing, and also a pet cam. So that when I have to address the animals doing something, hopefully you'll be able to see them actually do them as well. Let me see. Hopefully I can do it with a group select, maybe? No? me put this over here. And I might have to do the same thing I was doing before to get things to snap properly. This just isn't happy anymore. Okay, well, placing it on the floor works. Okay, so can I get this set up with a wall this time? Make sure I know about where I'm placing it. Set it down and try to remember. Cancel placement and place. Oh, and I was off a little bit. Try it again. I have such bad visual memory most of the time, and then sometimes it's not a problem at all, but I think all the little boxes just overwhelm my brain. Okay. There's that. And then the one pixel it needs to snap to. There we go. Okay. Now, hopefully, I can pin this up and get it to cooperate so I can keep building. I don't remember. I think I'll need one more stack. Though I am going to place this one directly on top to try to keep the patterning more similar. No, that's gotta attach here. It's a little wonky. It's wonkier than I would normally want something to be, but given how finicky this whole setup's being, it's kind of the option I've got. And then gonna stick this guy on here. Yeah, I'll wait. I'll see how it looks first. Because that one I can collision place easy enough. Alright. And that's kind of what I figured would happen. So get this set to a place where it's happy. Cancel placement. Cancel placement. When you do placement cancellation like that, it has to register as somewhere you can place whatever you're trying to get away from. You can't have it be red and have the placement cancellation work. So that is something to keep in mind. That's further than it needs to be, but honestly I'm not mad about it, so I think I'm gonna keep that there. However, I do want it bracketed by pillars, I think, so I'm going to add those real quick. So back down we go. And I keep coming down here just because it's a little easier to see what I'm doing and get it to work with me. No point making what's already proving to be difficult even more so. And I'm so excited because I think I'm gonna have to do this all over again on the other side. Okay, is that... No. So, that one was aligned to this one, not to the wall. So, I'm going to instead place this independently. That looks more like the right height. And then pick this up, rotate it the way that it was, and it snapped back into place. It's also a little janky, which is lovely, but that's okay. It's a shame I can't attach the pillar to the wall because it looks a lot better when you do it that way instead of the alternative, but that's okay. I could, however, possibly get that to... No, it wouldn't work that way either. It's okay. We'll take this back up. And then I might have to also attach one more to the bottom pillar. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Because I don't know if that's going to want to cooperate with me. So I'm gonna do it now, and if I end up not needing it, great. So I'm gonna do that. And then while I'm at it, I might as well do that. I'm going to make sure it's attached to the pillar instead of directly to the wall beneath it, just to make sure the alignment's more consistent. Everything's a little jank, so it doesn't matter, but I'd still prefer it to be as close as it can be. Object cancellation, and then bringing this guy up. Now this is going to be a little strange because it rotated when I picked it up. So, oh, ew. The way it rotated. That's probably not gonna work. Okay, cool. It looked like it rotated the opposite way, but it didn't, so I was able to put it in after all. I do still need one more wall here. So, I'm gonna take this one that I have up here as a spare. And, oh, good, it is wanting to glitch in. I am going to get a little closer to it just so that it doesn't place at the wrong angle. And that should be on the opposite side of the shelving, so I don't care about the inside, and it doesn't look like it's sticking out the outside. So somehow we got lucky and that got hidden perfectly inside the wall. So this part of the electrical box is now, quote unquote, is now contained. Whether I'm going to raise it up to the top or make this just a separate little platform, I don't know yet. But all of the gunk is now hidden, at least from the people down on the ground. I still wish... I like how this turned out, but I still wish we didn't have to do it. But I don't think the next support beam is till like here, and that would be a really big chunk. So I don't know that I want to mess with it and try to redo that again, because I don't know that it's really gonna get any better. And I don't want to have to cover up a little corner on the inside of my attic. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I can get some boards to place so that they show their corners a little bit and see where they end up. Actually, I might be able to get stuck on everything I walk by. I was hoping I could get it to... Yeah. Will it actually let me snap things from there, though? 2. Oops. Yeah, no, that's not gonna help me. Oh, wait. So what I'm doing here is nothing that's actually going to survive into the final build, but it's giving me a measuring tool to see how far over the next support beam is, so that I know how far I would potentially have to go to hide a sticky outy corner. So I'm going to put that one down and then run to the attic, because if it's a reasonable amount of space between support beams, I might just extend that part of the box, and then I'll get that weird kind of crooked corner too, that I'm not too worried about, but enough that I'd rather not see it. So that's where we have the first sticky outy corner, almost perfectly centered on that support beam. And then it might actually be covered up if we just go one board further, which would honestly be perfect. So I'm gonna try that, and hopefully it works, because that would, in my opinion, look a lot nicer and be a lot more uniform. I'm gonna have to decorate the outside of these or something, because right now it does really just look like construction. Okay. Oop. Oh, I forgot. Okay, so that one puts us right there. It's a weird spacing as far as my support beams go, but that's okay. Actually, I think that works out better. Did I have a pillar there? No. Okay. So I'm gonna need a wall there to use as collision. That did not place where I told it to. Hi, Moose. Moose the cat says hello. I don't know if you can hear him. Kitty, if you come here, I'll let you scream into the mic. He did not want to scream into the mic. So we have 3 cats and a dog. And I was initially kind of worried about streaming while home alone. Purely because they're all chaos gremlins and they play off of each other. Okay, it needs to go a little further. But even if it doesn't, I don't hate that. But yeah, they all play off of each other. And if one animal isn't causing problems, usually another one is. I didn't call it out before, but earlier Chicken, another one of our cats, a tabby mix, was wrestling around in the packaging paper I have saved for like kindling. And I thought about calling out to him for it because sometimes he decides to pee in places he shouldn't, but there wasn't enough over there for him to stay interested, so didn't end up being a problem. But he is one who will come up and scream at me for attention when I'm busy doing other things. So I set up a little scratcher tower thing for him next to me. And he sometimes remembers how to use it. Sometimes. They're all good boys, though. And it's all out of love, but, oh. I wish it was easier to communicate to them. Hey, I get it. I love you too. I'm doing something right now. Okay, let's see if that's any better. Let's see. It scooted like 2 pixels. That technically is improved. The pillar, when I placed it against the existing wall, sunk in real close to it, which is how I wish they always acted because it'd be a lot more predictable. But because of the extra detailing on the top and bottom of the wooden ones, they like to change how they behave based on the order in which you place it. So for this one, instead of letting it connect to the wall, I'm going to try to get it to unstick while still being placed close to it. But because we're not quite in line with the wall, it's being a little funky. That's acceptable. I think that's what I want. Okay, now we go back through, glitch this again. And go back inside. Now, if you wanted to like build your own ceiling so that you had much less of the sloped ceiling effect, or if you wanted to be able to hang chandeliers cleanly or something like that in your attic, you could totally ignore this issue, or even use it as the baseline for your ceiling and call it a day. I would rather it be completely disguised if I can, and I'll just, you know, put a little bit of extra ceiling along the top support so that all of this is uncovered and pretty. But it won't go low enough to hide that. So I'm gonna keep messing with it, see if I can get it near perfect, because everything I build after this on this side is going to more or less be attached, or at least make it more difficult for me to modify things going forward. And so I want to set up the best baseline I can. And increase the staircase so that I can get up here easier. And I think both of them are gone because I haven't heard from Vince in a while. But they can attest to just how insane I made myself with the last build. Because that just kind of never got better. And I'm also very pointedly ignoring this corner that's going to be exposed until we get it hidden. Because once it's in the support beam, I don't think... Actually, no, that would still be a problem regardless. So I'm just ignoring it. We're going to pretend that's not going to be an open pocket, because this is going to be mostly covered anyways. I would just rather it be nice underneath. So, probably going to add just one more pillar. Get that nice up and sandwiched close. Because I don't want the gap there now. And I also need to redo that and make sure it's attached to the pillar itself, so that the height's even. Ugh, which is preventing me from getting it close. So that little unevenness there is right about the perfect height for a gourmet dessert plate. I try not to use these more often than I need to for things like this, because if you use them for everything, they do start to stack up as far as your item limit goes. But when all else fails, they're kind of a strange little height that you don't get with other things with placeable parts, or placeable tops rather. So it's a good option for just filling in the gaps. And you can see that's basically perfect. Unfortunately, I can't now remove that plate. Oh, hi, Vince. Yeah, it was pretty close to a rebuild a day for a month. And there was like a 2-week period or something where I mostly played with y'all and you know, focused on running around and like doing quests and stuff. So it wasn't too bad all in all, but it got rough for a while. What are you working on? Anything fun? Have you finished the checkers yet? Okay. So once again, putting this down. Hopefully that's finally enough space. That's not saying a lot though, Vince. Because you'll pay attention to a plot for, a little while. And then you'll say you're having a plot building day and you just sit there stoned and don't do anything. Okay, let's see. Okay, cool. It's hidden. I don't trust, even with how rapidly that slopes, I don't trust that I'll be able to fill in that gap. But I'm gonna try just because I would rather have it if I can. And I could also use like a box for it and just try to align it so that it's only on the outside edge. But then the pattern would be different and I'd be sad about it. Very nice, very domestic. Yeah, I don't know if you've done the sitting there stoned thing recently because you haven't had plot hours for a while. But for a while I'd be like, oh, he's finally gonna do something. Oh, never mind. Always leave them wanting more indeed. Yeah, that didn't work. That's okay. So, I'm gonna go back now and start by filling in more of the border of the actual rooftop area, just to see how it plays with the structures that we built underneath. But before we do that, it is now the 4-hour mark since I started streaming, so I'm gonna take a quick break. Once again, stretch, go feed your animals, go feed yourselves, run to the bathroom, get a drink, whatever you need to do. And I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes or so. Alrighty, and I am back. How was everyone's break? Hopefully Vince didn't get up to anything too naughty. Yes, you. I might end up having to go get some more sapwood before this is over. Let's see. I think I'm gonna take that one back. Because then that's pretty much centered here. And then if I just close this up, it feels pretty well aligned. I'm not utilizing the entire structure, but then it also makes a little bit more sense if this stays uncovered. I think that's how I want to do it. So, oop. Here's one for collision. Trying to get to where I can see things is going to be fun. Ooh, snapping is getting weird. Okay. There's that, and then I want to make sure that it goes the right way. The other issue is whether I can fully close it or if it's going to stick through the ceiling too much there. So, get this to snap. Most likely that'll stick through the ceiling more than I would normally want, but if it's at the right height for like hanging chandeliers and stuff, I might just use that as the baseline for my ceiling. There are other factors that would go into it for me to be happy with it, but there's the potential. So, oh yeah, that's a perfect height, and that might actually be perfect placement. Not gonna give me a freebie though on that. So, collision block. It's a little off from center, which is what I would want. But depending on how the other side gets built, it might end up overlapping in a way that looks good. And if not, I can make it work regardless. So I'm going to keep that for now. And then come down here and go finish covering that up. Ooh. That's good for the internal ceiling issue. That's less good for covering this up in a way I like. So I'm gonna start from the other end first instead of doing it this way. And then I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to account for those extra pillars. Sorry, sometimes I get this glitch where no matter what I do, it gives me the last item I had selected to pull out. And I thought that's what was happening, but apparently I had just put down 2 wood floors there. So, we're good. Because that glitch usually takes at least a plot change, if not a full map change. And that would have been slightly annoying. Okay, let's see if it's gonna make me... So I didn't have to use collision, which is nice. You can see these through it a little bit. So I'm gonna raise this up until they're just hidden. Okay. Then keep building it out. And that might just be something that I layer over top to fill that in. Or I could just leave it, depending. That one's gonna need collision, so we can do that. Do you work tomorrow, Vince? Nice. I don't know. I don't think my wife has to go into town tomorrow, so I won't have those office hours. Which, office hours, for those of you who aren't Vince and Paul, are when we're available to play Palia together. But I should at least have dog walks. So, not much time in the morning, but sometime around 5 p.m. your time. Okay, so there's that. Cool. So I was hoping to, Second, no growls. Glitch, or not glitch, but overlay that on the same level here so that it wouldn't look super obvious. But there's a nice lip on it. Ooh, and that's gonna carry across the whole way. If I want to do the full ceiling. Interesting. Let me go back into the attic and see how that looks. Because if it still looks good, I'll make it work. But I'm going to have that shelf underneath the patio going the whole length of the roof. Which is just another thing that I have to decide if I want to cover up. Or with that placement now, for some reason, it's barely visible. Okay. I know we moved it back a little bit, but I didn't think it was that much. So now, if I add one there, is it more centered? Hard to get it to snap, that's for sure. That's pretty damn perfect. Okay, I guess I'm having another external shelf all the way down. Or I guess I could just use one as the base. Because if it's barely visible, then it's gonna get covered up by that. That was a horrible look at the underside of my nose. But yeah, Vince, I'll let you know. I don't know how much she has planned, if anything, for tomorrow. Because today was her first day back to school in like 10 years. Yeah. Uh, 9 years, basically. So she's gonna be wiped, I'm sure. Look at that. Okay, let me make sure things can hang from that real quick. Yep. Before I settle. Okay. Yeah. So this still unfortunately has the issue with builder's blocks where they don't have a true center. So it's not perfect by any means, but it still lets you hang stuff from the ceiling. Cool. I like it. So we'll continue with that then. And I don't need to keep the shelf running outside because I can now build from this one. Was that exciting though, to her going back to school? I got very distracted. Yeah. She's also considering switching from PT assisting to just a full physical therapy bachelor's, but she needs to figure out if physical therapy offices will hire a bachelor's in PT as assistants, or if you have to have the assistant degree to be able to work with patients before you get your doctorate. So we're gonna see, but either way it's gonna be good for her, and you know, good for us financially, but good for her. So this is going to stick out about the same amount on the bottom as it does on top, and that's perfectly fine. On the other build I had one lamp hanging above this little window here, and then the row of lamps there. Don't know if I'm going to do lamps again with this build, but either way it'll just be balanced. Yeah, that makes sense that the requirements would differ by state. I don't know where our state falls with that kind of stuff and how strict they are about certs and things. So I just don't even know what to expect. But they have a fairly robust program at her community college, and it transfers to our state university. So she'll be able to get advisors and stuff to help answer that question for her. Okay, so that part's taken care of. And now from the outside, I'll have additional framework to snap to if I need it. So hopefully that helps. You're not allowed to do herding if it means you can't talk to me while I'm streaming, Vince. You know this. I finally got both the Stegosaur from herding and the one from the berry trees. It took me forever. I went through so much fertilizer. This is why I hate having to use pillars, because it throws everything off. I mean, at least you're the one who's not able to play or not willing to play as much in some ways as I am. Because if you barely ever played and they're like, haha, no Stegosaurus for fins, then it'd be kind of sad. Granted, at that point, I'd probably just send them to you, but, you know. Which, I don't know if there's anyone but Vince here, and maybe Tav, but, Sante referral code again. If you like pet games that are reminiscent of Neopets and have a lot of potential, Sante is currently in beta, and referral codes are the only way you can get in for free right now, because otherwise you need Kickstarter access keys. So definitely take advantage. I do get referral currency if you use my code, but then you get your own referral link and can do the same. Those gaps look stupid. Oh well. So then this one will come that. Oh. That way. Except it did not maintain the pattern. There we go. Okay. I don't remember if I had supports underneath here, but I think I did. So I want to look into that, and then I'll start mirroring it on this side, because I'll need to do that box. But I don't have nearly as much over here. So I can probably just carry that through and call it good there. But instead, I'm going to take a quick building break, not from Palia entirely, but just from dealing with actually building. And I'm going to go restock on some sapwood, maybe catch some bugs, and yeah, have a little bit of fun with it. Vince, if you're interested and able to play Palia right now, we can party up. Okay, yeah, I did do supports there, but it was set up a little different. So I'll look into that. No worries at all. Thank you so much for coming by. If you're heading out now, sleep well. And then I'll let you know when I'm free tomorrow. And stop robbing my bank. Good night. So, normally when I do resource runs, I try to keep it pretty streamlined to whatever I'm actually trying to get, at least at first, so that my inventory doesn't fill up prematurely. But I didn't really play at all this morning except to get set up for stream. And I was building for, 5.5 hours. So I'm gonna kind of just do whatever on my way down to Central to get sapwood and kill enough time for it to hit night so that I can hopefully catch some more star quality lantern bugs, and then I'll drag myself back to the build. And I do have hunting. Oh. You're good, Vince. I do have a set of hunting horns on me, so if I spook any dogs or, see a magic deer and then lose it, I'll be able to track them. But I don't think I'm going to run one because soloing the dogs is kind of a pain. That said, if I am having a hard time pulling myself back to building after this, I might go ahead and just hunt for the rest of the night or something. We'll see. Getting the rooftop bits, the AC units or whatever, enclosed, and also managing to get a chandelier rig out of it did reinvigorate me quite a bit though. So I'm hopeful that we'll finish out tonight building as planned. But we'll see. And if I do a hunting run, it'll be Southside Bahari. And I'll be primarily soloing the magic choppas. Partially just because they're easy to solo, but also because that's one of the better plushies in my opinion. And I can never have enough of those. And while I haven't figured out exactly how I want to incorporate the blue lantern bugs into my checkerboard design, I never mind having more of them. And I think I only have like 12 star quality ones, so it's definitely something that I need more of. So we'll see how it goes. I'm also primarily killing the basic Mugens because they're one of the ones that I have the fewest plushies of. So I want more just to have. I haven't had any luck since I set that mission for myself, but I still have hope because everything else is fine dropping plushies. Oh, and launching me. That's fine. I'm surprised I haven't popped a magic Mugen out of here yet, but they usually don't get chased this far east. Okay, let's see how much we got here. This sapwood isn't going to help me a ton right away either, because I will have to run it through the mill. But I have 100 more planks that should be done. And then as we need more, we can get more. But I was mostly worried about the crates being really low in stock. There's a magic one. Couldn't even tell you which of those trees it went into. But I'll have enough to make quite a few more crates. And then by the time I run out of, I think walls will be next, I should be able to make more. So. Oh. Okay. And I think my storage is okay right now as far as the capacity. So I'm just gonna grab 500-600 sapwood until it hits 6 o'clock. And then switch gears to bug catching. I have found that especially solo, but even with 2 people, trying to run a lure for lunar moths and lantern bugs is way too overwhelming. They spawn faster than you can, pick up the bags and hit them all. And you end up losing bags or losing spawns. Even with 2 people. 3 gets you closer, 4 is probably ideal. So, especially solo, but most of the time even not. I prefer to just run around Bahari after 6 p.m. and catch them manually. Some nights it's more of a bust than others, but some nights I get like 11 star quality and a couple of plushies just by myself. So that's what I'll be doing. Not running a lure, there's no point in running like a fuzzy jar, because none of them are rare. And, if we see a magic deer or something, we'll divert for that. If we see Palia, we'll grab that as well. I should technically be grabbing iron, but I don't want to. I also really hope, I'm glad that they're diversifying to other skills for plushies, like fishing. I really hope they continue to give us bug plushies, because there are so many cute bugs. And I really want millipede plushies. I think I have it in my bio, or on one of my about panels. But I have a colony of isopods. Just local Armadillo vulgaris. But I really want millipedes too. And so I might start up a colony of those this summer. But it's made me even more rabid for a millipede plushie endgame. And I would hope that they treat it like they did the lunar moth plushie, where it's way bigger than it has any right to be. Because I would make it a couch if I could. But we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if they avoid making plushies of the quote-unquote scary bugs, because fewer people will like them. But also they're cute, and they should be plushified. Oh, there's a moth. I haven't looked, because I know some resources like Palia have done data mining to figure out actual rates for stuff. I haven't looked to see if star quality bugs have a higher drop rate for plushies. Because I know like star quality fishing holes have a higher drop rate for chests of plushies. But I feel like they should. And any time star quality lunar moth that takes 100 bombs doesn't give me a plushie, I get a little sad. Because I know it's never guaranteed. And I obviously don't pray enough to RNGesus. But I still want plushies. Let me check that text real quick. It's my wife. It's a little early for when I would have expected her to come home, but that wasn't a, hey, I'm on my way, so we'll just see what she says. In the meantime, more bugs. No snails. I do still have some bugs and fish, and I say some, it's a fair amount of bugs and fish that I still need to catch either at all or starred. So at some point I'll stream doing that and make it kind of a community thing if you want to come out and fish or bug hunt with me. But to start off, I wanted to keep it a little more simple and something a little bit more geared towards solo play. So we'll keep building for a bit, and then probably after Valentine's Day and that kind of event, I'll start thinking about doing completions and stuff. I think I have a couple other Steam achievements that I'm missing, like finding all of the literature and a couple of temples and things like that, so we can dig around in there and I don't know. That doesn't sound very entertaining, but we'll get it done. Apparently she has a lot of biology homework. Which isn't surprising, even though it's a low-level science. There's a lot that's needing to be conveyed. When I took Bio 181, it was constant reading, and a lot was covered all at once. And it was like differentiation of cell types and things like that. So lots and lots of minutia that requires a lot of work to get to stick. So she's going to be busy, which is sad, but does mean that I'll have a little bit more liberty to work on video editing and theoretically put together a tutorial video. Though how I'm going to turn this stream into a tutorial is beyond me at this point. I do want to do shorts and stuff eventually. Probably make a TikTok. As much as I hate the app itself. And you know, just diversify the content so that it's a little bit more accessible for people who don't want to watch a 6-hour video. So that's what I'll do. And if things keep going the way they've been going, I'll be needing to prepare assets for affiliate soon. So I already have a bunch of different alerts and things planned for once I have access to channel point redeems. And the channel points themselves and bits and things like that. So I do want to make sure that I have at least some of it ready to launch when I hit the point that I'm, you know, able to access those things. So a lot of my time, especially while I'm waiting to finish the roof so that I can edit together a video, will be spent preparing those graphics. Let me move these down so that I can keep track. Sometimes it's really exciting when I do that, and I already have like 6, and it's, you know, barely any time through the night. 2 is very realistic for 9 p.m., especially being a slightly distracted 9 p.m. But that's okay. Any amount is progress when I'm staring down like 700 that I'll need. And it could end up being more too if I can't figure out a way I like to do the rounded corners that I'd like to do. If I have to make it square, it's gonna eat up a little bit more. But that is a problem for me in, honestly, probably a couple months. Between Vince, Paul, and I'm generally the best shot. Doesn't mean I'm a good shot. Alright, come on, buggy bugs. There's one. Ooh, and a moth. Nice easy moth. Star quality lantern. Oh. As I said. There we go. Since I'm over here, I might as well check the brace rooms real quick. I do love that they still haven't fixed this texture. I think it's usually like water, but for the last 3 updates or so, it's been Unreal Engine basic default texture, but it's fine. it doesn't technically hurt anything. And it makes it real easy to see the mushrooms when they're there. That's for damn sure. Excuse me, Puppo. Oh shit, there's a moth over there. Where the fuck? Oh, no, it's a dragonfly. Okay, we're good. There one up there? Sometimes there is. Oop. There we go. Oh, there is a moth. Usually this is a lantern bug spawn. But not today. Star quality, not star quality. I wish Carly was still here, because this is what I mean by knowing I have a billion Bahari Nettles. I've caught so many of these guys, and I think they have like a 50% drop rate or something. So I end up selling nettles, and then they end up in my overflow, so they go to my storage. And they're a nice plant for, like, small detailing. And you can kind of make them look like vines. But they're not pretty enough to be something I have so many of. I do wish I've had reason to catch more. I think it's crabs that drop them, possibly just vampire crabs, but it's the cave cap mushroom flower thing. Those are cool. Those paired with the, I think it's the datura, would make a really good, like, mushroom spooky forest type base. And depending on where I go with the rest of the lantern bug build, I might use those. Because I know at least the datura are slightly bioluminescent. So it'd fit perfectly with lantern bug theme. Oh, that's not where I shot, but okay. More bugs. It's about time for the grove, which I do technically need. Not for the Flowwood, but just for the weekly. So I'll probably do that if it spawns near us. There must be a hunting party out here because I haven't seen very many magic critters. Oh. You know that thing I said about if it spawns near us? So when a grove spawns, you get either a rare bug spawn or a magic animal spawn in the area of the grove. It doesn't look like we got a magic critter. We got a fairy mantis. Which is fine, I'll take the silk. flare out. Blue D2. And it always defaults to community chat for some reason. But that's okay. I'm just going to whack these and then continue on with bug catching. Other people can break it and I'll come back for it later. I'm not too worried about it. With this one, yeah, it's usually this guy. Alright. Basic mode. Basic mode. I'm also always looking for more plushies, so I'd definitely be open to community plushie hunting days, whether it's fishing or hunting or whatever. I don't know if I'll do any like cake parties or anything like that, because I just really don't like the system. But it's something we can talk about for sure. And I would just need to stock up on star quality sweet leaf or have other people do the sweet leaf steps. But if that's something you're interested in and you know you're here watching the VOD, let me know. I'm on Blue Sky. You can whisper me here. Whatever works. Is that the flare I just heard go off? Oh yeah, flashing Palio. Did anyone even... No one responded to the grove, so we'll see if it even gets cut down before I end up heading back. If it does, that's not too big of a deal. Or if it doesn't, rather. I'll be playing again Wednesday, at the very least. I was checking to see if Lane messaged me back, and she did not, but I got a Twitch notification at the same time. I thought she did. So when it hits 7 o'clock, and I know it's because that's somewhere around when we usually get home from work, Sokka the dog gets all full of energy and rambunctious. And sure enough, it's 7 o'clock. And so if he ends up asking for attention again, that's why. And anytime I stream late like this, that's gonna happen. He found his bone though, so hopefully he'll be entertained enough with that. Oh, moth. I hope it shows on stream when my projectiles just randomly go off to the side, because having to adjust for that when otherwise they've been flying the correct direction is always fun. It's like, no, I swear I know how to approximately aim at least. Wasn't the best night for bugs, but wasn't too bad. 7 is pretty good. I think my record for a solo run was like 12 star quality bugs and a couple plushies. So I'll take 7. It's more than half. And, you know, I got distracted by the grove and other bugs and things. So not too bad, all things considered. And that's 3 a.m. So that's the end of bug hunting for today. And they're chopping the trees now. And that's if you're not used to playing Palia or you're new. That's the general convention that people follow, is unless you know you're waiting on people to arrive at the grove, you wait until about 3 a.m. If the grove wasn't found until like 2:30 a.m., you usually wait till 4 or 5. Just to make sure that people who want it can access it and have time to actually access it. You'll see some people, you know, not know that or ignore it. And sometimes a party will come across the grove and not call it out at all. So you'll hear the grove sound and never see one, even if you check every single spawn location. But common courtesy is 3 a.m. Alright. I'm gonna go grab some more sapwood at Central real quick, and let me see. Possibly fish a little bit if there are sparkle spots at the ponds. To work on my fishing weekly, but also on the off chance that we get plushies. Just like the person in chat was saying they wanted to use a lure for. Not fish plushies, but bug plushies at night. And also, I sometimes run one way while turning my camera the other way, just to look around. If that causes any sort of visual strain for you, let me know. I know there are motion sickness settings somewhere that I can turn on, and hopefully that'll help. I joke that I act like a bird because I turn my head to see things as if I don't have binocular vision. Let's see. I don't immediately see a spot. Nope, still nothing there. Let me clear out some space and I'll just go south side for a bit. Not gonna run a horn or anything, but check the ponds down there. Look for some more sapwood. Possibly run over a magic chopper or two. And then I'll probably call it for the night after that, so that I have a little bit of time to rest before my wife comes home. It's so hard not to go through picking all the flowers for ladybugs. I'm here for the ponds and for the sapwood. That's it. Well, let's see. Geez, someone cleared this area out recently too. Alrighty, I don't have a hook, so this is gonna go great. I forgot that broke. The one time I fished yesterday, I got a yellow koi plushie and my hook broke. Oh, well, this helps. Okay, and then... Let's see. Watch it be a giant goldfish. Nope. Just a goby. Alright. Let's go to the one over in Hideaway. Someone just shot a flare. There it is. Ah, hear it. Okay, lots of nodes over here. I'm guessing that person just got a plushie, but I didn't see it. Scarlet koi. I would prefer if it was a red koi plushie. be. Oops. Missed that one, but I think it was a goby. One thing you can do, and something that I'll demo more another time, is if you miss a fish like that and you haven't already reeled in your line, you can just leave your line in there until the fish bites again. Even though the node, if you were fishing in one, looks like it disappeared, it will still give you the same exact starred fish that you would have gotten previously. So if you're hunting magic unicorn fish or long-nosed unicorn fish, and you know, struggling to catch it, you can give yourself a second to process. Okay, that's the fish I have on the line, and then when you're ready, you can reel it in and actually start fighting it. It's not something I do a ton, but if you just weren't paying attention or something, by no means was that your only chance to catch it, so long as you didn't reel in your line. Alternately, if you don't want to waste bait, and you just want to hunt for a specific fish or a plushie or whatever, you can wait until the fish has fled, and then reel in your line, and it'll save you the bait, so you don't have to waste your glowworms or whatever, and can still like preview what the fish is. Alright, my inventory is overflowing, so I am going to teleport home. I'll open that waterlogged chest, and then we will call it a day. Alrighty, let me offload some stuff so I can open that. Went through 69 bugs, not counting the 7. Very nice. Alright, I'll clear out the rest of that on my own time. Let's open this. It was not the hay bale I wanted, but the trellis is still pretty cool. So, that's it for tonight, I think. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you, Vince and Paul and Solreka. Thank you, Geeko. Thank you, Ranger. Thank you, Carly and B. Thank you, Marie and, was it Mrs. Hudson? Let's see. I want to make sure I got your name right. Mrs. Dunlops. I apologize. Thank you for coming by as well. And thank you everyone for the follows, whether you popped into chat or not. Yeah, I couldn't be happier about how this first stream went. I will be streaming again on Wednesday, starting at the same time, 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I have big plans for Valentine's Day, and we'll put together more of a formal itinerary for that on my Blue Sky. If you want to keep track of updates, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Blue Sky. I do have a YouTube channel set up as well, linked in my About Me, or About page, and we'll be uploading this VOD at some point So check that out. Subscribe, like, hit the bell, all of that stuff. And until then, I hope you had fun at the farm.